What's happening?
On your way?
No. No. Move around here.
One of the microphones is over here. Okay, now. So we'll just that's okay. I don't know how many. So this is just on one, then somebody can share this. Yeah. Okay. I don't want to take this down though. Till the comments over. Okay.
See how exciting tonight gets.
Not too exciting, right?
No, I'm not keeping my mouth shut. She give me a ride over to Rocco's in the police car so we can go eat pizza and hamburgers, salad and hamburgers. That's not good for you.
But I can still run it.
It's brown.
I know, Brown. I can still run a
It
640
makes you look
mile.
brown. Huh?
I can still run a 640 mile.
What's that?
6 minutes and 40 seconds.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
so, at my current stage.
I can't run at all. posted. Yeah, the parties on the bus. When you book that half plastered. Just dumb shit. Now I look back on it, wish I wouldn't have done it. Different time, different situation, different world.
True.
I hope this is another 9, 10 o'clock job and not another 3 AM call.
Me too. How's it going, man? Eating. That's cheap.
Right, South Front Center.
No, that's fine. Good. No. No, this is. Thanks. Musical chair. I know. Would've just kept it where it was. It would've been fine. It's trying to get cute. Trying to get cute. How are you? You were supposed to start at 6:30 last time. We're good.
Start now.
Excuse me.
It started July 1st.
Excuse me, son. Get out of here. Get out of here. What's wrong with you? She takes up all the space. Who started this meeting?
All right. The time is 6:40. I'm going to call our meeting to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Ray?
Here.
Mr. Benonis?
I'm here.
Mr. Carucci?
Here.
Ms. Alcantara? Here. Ms. De Leon? Here. Also present is myself, Stacy Wertheiser, Township Manager, Mr. Finnegan, Township Engineer, Brian Cucker, and Zoning Officer, Tyler Mitch, and our Solicitor, Mr. Gazizian.
Please stand for the pledge of allegiance.
All right, can you rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand for the flag.
United States of America.
Stand.
Okay, so I'm going to announce that we did meet in executive session. That's why we had a little bit of a late start here. And Steve's going to review the items, the various items that we discussed.
There were 3 separate real estate matters that were discussed. Council gave direction to the solicitors to how to proceed in each of them. No official action was taken. There was also an employee personnel matter that was discussed. No official action was taken.
Okay. And for the public comment procedure, we have 2 separate times when the public may speak in the meeting. First one, actually for both of them, there's a 3-minute time limit. You come up to the podium in the center of the room there and speak. If multiple people want to speak, if you can line up when the first person's finishing up so that it moves along smoothly, that would be helpful. Direct your comments to the council up here, and it's not a Q&A session, it's just a comment period. We have no presentations or hearings, and our first item that we will be starting with is 4A, developer item.
I think we have,
Well, it doesn't have it on, this is the agenda.
we did both now.
Okay, sorry. Public comment, sorry about that. And maybe this would be for any of the agenda items.
Is it on? Okay. All right, my name is Drew Dermanowski. I'm here to comment on agenda item E, a discussion of possibly removing Russell Sutton from the EAC. I'm on the EAC and I want to comment on Mr. Sutton's contributions to the EAC. He's an associate member of the committee and a member of the Open Space Subcommittee. Mr. Sutton's an active and dedicated member of the EAC. He attends all the meetings, he shows up to and contributes to our efforts outside of the regular meetings, including roadside cleanups, meetings of countywide EAC committees, scoring open space sites, and our sponsored events such as recycling events. When one of our members had to step aside temporarily for health reasons, Russell stepped in as our representative on the county climate action plan committee. He attends those meetings and reports back to the EAC. I know that one of the issues that you'll hear about tonight is Mr. Sutton's removal of dead and dying ash trees on his property, thanks to the scourge of the emerald ash borer, in order to place solar panels on his property and reduce his carbon footprint. I believe the other ordinance related allegations relate to the solar panel project, which I think is a good one. I can't speak to the details of all of it because I don't know them. Also, Mr. Sutton's, was cited Mr. Sutton's anti-landfill stance and activity is cited as a reason for his removal. But landfill is a blight on this township and threatens groundwater and surface water. It has multiple negative atmospheric impacts associated with fugitive gases. It's unsightly. The trucks track soil onto Apple Butter Road, and trash blows out of the trucks into the township. Completely destroys the landscape under its footprint. Any person with an environmental ethos should be anti-landfill. This is especially true of the plan to expand the landfill and destroy 247 acres of land having significant ecological and hydrological value. Russell's been a diligent and contributing member of the EAC. He belongs on the EAC. I urge council to sustain his membership on the EAC. Thank you for your attention.
Is he attending this meeting? Is he here tonight?
And do we have more public comment?
No, he's not. I guess he attends all the meetings for this one.
Anybody else for agenda items?
All right, I'm Dave Boulan, I'm here to talk about things in general because we only have 3 minutes. By the way, I don't agree with the previous commentator. I think Mr. Sutton has absolutely torched the idea that you have to have certain permits to do certain things, and he knows better because previous to that, there was somebody in here who was complaining about, so shame on him, ought to go. 43 days since the last council meeting, and now it's 34 more days till the next one. Yet we're facing an agenda here that has something like 20 odd items. This is going to be one of these till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and I find that really offensive, as a matter of fact. Agenda has been last updated at 5 p.m. on Monday, so we had 2 more items. Not that they were important items to add, they were just the financials for the last 2 months. Only 17 pages for anybody that is interested in good government. No, I'm not running for it. So why are we adding these things at the last minute? That's bad news. That's bad management. 19 items on the agenda, including those important ones. The zoning one is here. It's going to affect everybody in this area. I'm absolutely surprised that more people have not turned out here.
They didn't send a letter in.
I'm sorry, let me finish here and then we can talk, okay? 19 pages of technical reports, really good, I like that. I like to see the 9 variances that they're requesting to put in 21 families over here, and I think it's 8 acres, I may be wrong on that, Old Philly rural pipe. A very time-consuming, lengthy hearing with potentially endless things, and yet here it's stuck on this agenda after taking all this time off for gosh only knows what. Don't like that a bit. 12 sets of council meeting minutes, 12 sets of meeting minutes to review, and you're just gonna all just approve them. Well, I think some of you will, I know others will not. Taxpayer has 3 minutes, that'd be me, to talk about all of these items. Hey, isn't that great? Shut them down, don't let the people talk, all right? And yet we were told that the honesty, integrity of the Democrats would allow everybody sufficient time to talk about everything. Not happening. By the way, they don't answer any questions, very rarely do they, to be fair. Important updates, day before the meeting, and yet we're gonna have 43 days between meetings. The Fulton Bank thing is a joke. How do you have something like 15 or 20 accounts, and you have 4 people on it? You have Lynn Hill, you have Abdul Gadara, you have De Leon, and you don't have, for instance, Jay Finnegan, who's independent. You do not have something like your financial services expert on it. You need to have at least 2 or more, or you end up like Hellertown with all their problems. All right. The diligent thing is another question, and that is, why are we spending another $6,000? We still have the board docs. That's more of a question than anything else. Thank you.
Sir,
Do we have
it's
a-
my understanding they didn't send a letter out to address some of your concerns. It's my understanding they didn't send a letter out to the neighbors here notifying them about the meeting tonight. I talked to one who said he didn't receive a letter about the meeting tonight. They found out about it last minute, cannot attend. There's that. As far as the financials, they obviously release them on Mondays. The Democrats don't want anybody to look at to really see what this landfill, what closing the landfill would do.
Okay, do we have other public comments?
There's a lot of that stuff going on. They're hiding, they're in bed with Hellertown, we'll talk about
Do we
that
have
later.
public comment?
But thank you for your comments, Mr. Boone. Don't,
Well,
well,
I think it's important everybody knows.
yeah, I agree.
Whatever.
Thank you for speaking.
They don't tell them.
They won't, they try and hide it.
Marcos McLaurin Saucon. Now, I'll give the previous 2 people credit on several points. Can't disagree with them, I know that. But my statement goes to removing Russell Sutton from the EAC for his, I'm not sure what you want to call it.
Violating zoning laws or regulations,
I would call it.
or township ordinances.
Okay, Tom, this is public comment, not yours.
How can I say this? If Mr. Canonis is so concerned about Russell Sutton, but he's unconcerned about his own behavior, because we know he's a liar. You lied in court, you lied in warrant, you lied to the judge, you corrupted the district attorney, you corrupted the township, and you corrupted, Barn. Unless you teamed all in together, so you should be the one removed from council. You should, and you know it.
You're losing your time, sir. You want to keep talking about me, go ahead, but you can talk about your criminal background, whatever you want to talk about. It's your
My
time.
criminal background,
Remember that guy?
my criminal background,
Remember when you
I
ran over
haven't
that
had a
guy,
criminal
Joe?
background
Tom.
You were drunk?
several years.
It's your clock, sir, I'm not. Whatever you choose to talk about, it's your time. Use
I
it
don't know,
wisely. Use it
I
wisely.
didn't
My
get to go
suggestion, use
through
it
this, I
wisely.
was busy with other things.
Not your time.
I'm just telling the gentleman's
I
talking.
know the other complaint I got is the new township website needs some doctoring.
Laura's the IT
repairs.
expert out here, she's Miss IT.
Some,
She
you
knows
know,
about IT.
Fixing up on items.
They hit their email address.
What?
Now you can't get their email addresses.
You gotta fill out a form if you wanna email a Democrat and council.
No,
Transparency, openness.
no. I ain't filling my name here, just in case anybody cares, you know. But you should put in a complaint about yourself and remove yourself from council and do the township a favor.
I've done a lot of favors.
That was an enlightening 2 minutes, thank you. 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Do we have other public
We
comment?
still have 43 seconds.
Fuck the 43 seconds.
Enlightening, thanks, thank you. We're all stupid for what you said.
Never get that time back.
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. Nice to see you all.
Good to see you.
Too.
Hope you're having a great summer.
Happy summer.
This is,
So I just want to make a comment in reference to Russ Sutton, for all the things that were said about him, of him knowing everything, that has to do with environmental issues. He really should have known better. That's my comment. It's really an arrogance, that's what it is. It's, I can do whatever I want, and you can't do anything. I think that Victoria had commented on some zoning issues last meeting about the people that want to build the house on their property, that we have rules in this township for a reason. We have standards, don't we? Zoning standards, isn't that what you said?
2 cents.
But I have yet to hear anybody on the Democrat side on council criticize Russ Sutton for what he did. He made a mess, environmentally speaking, with all we had the flooding a few nights ago from the rains. I can just imagine what the flooding is over there on that property, because the trees aren't there to soak it up.
That's a landfill's fault. They'll blame the landfill for it.
Yep, it's always the landfill's
It's always the
fault.
landfill's fault.
What's everybody gonna do when the garbage is laying all over the ground, when people just throw garbage out of their cars? What is everybody gonna do then? I also have an issue with F, reimbursement of insurance deductible, to Solicitor Gaduzian. If Solicitor Gaduzian, which is the definition of a solicitor, is to keep the township out of lawsuits, I do believe that's one of his job descriptions. Alleged Sunshine Violation Act. Why are we reimbursing him for his insurance for that? If he committed the violation, allegedly, why are we paying him for that?
Not only that, he's doing other legal work right now on his laptop.
I'm sure he is, because he never pays attention.
But he has to go to
Anyway, I would like to have a solicitor for this township that actually makes sure that the people on the council don't violate anything that brings us more lawsuits. That would be really great, that's my recommendation. Also, my recommendation would be to just be careful of the way that, things look to the outsiders and the citizens of this township in reference to bank accounts that someone's going to be writing checks on, and only one person has to sign a check. We know what's going on in
In
Hellertown.
Hellertown all the
We
time.
know what's going on in
Not over
Hellertown.
here. Why have 2 eyes on the money?
No, Sam is doing, all the Democratic friends in Helen, all over Silver.
According to the form, it's only one signature. Did you know that?
Fraud.
Did you know that, Priscilla?
We have a resolution at the
No,
beginning.
now you won't gavel her, you won't gavel her.
Because the
Why
form
won't you
says
gavel her?
what?
Look,
I'm just going by what the form
Boss,
says.
why don't you go?
So I'm just telling you that's what the form says. So you might wanna check your own forms when you
Just pay
fill
your
them out.
taxes, don't worry about it. Just pay your
When
taxes.
you fill your forms out and you sign a document, make sure you know what's in the document.
One more time, Priscilla interrupted.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, thank you. Excellent.
Other public comment?
Overrun on the gavel is 45 and a half, she's already got
I
3.
got
All right.
45
Seeing
and a half.
none, so we're gonna move on to developer item 4A, the EDU allocation request for Martin Minor subdivision at 3677 Hickory Hill Road. Do we have anybody here to speak on this? Say no?
I can
All right,
explain
can I
it.
be recognized real quick? Sure.
I just, we have our monthly, water authority meetings, so, of course, I spoke with them about that yesterday at their monthly public meeting, and there's no issues as it relates to the water authority with respect to the request for the EDUs. They just, the one thing would be conditioned upon getting all of their necessary approvals from, the water authority, they're setting up an escrow.
They can't proceed with their planning module until council actually allocates the 4 EDUs.
Okay,
So
so,
we put together a draft motion very similar to the last 2 allocations that you approved, and you have that with,
Okay, sure.
with those 5 conditions.
Perfect.
do you want to make the motion, Victoria, then, since you went through?
Hold on, I gotta bring up the motion.
What's the motion again?
I don't have the motion in front of me.
Okay, well,
We're on a meeting.
Motion, I'll make the motion to approve the allocation of 4 EDUs for the minor subdivision located at 3677 Hickory Hill Road.
be based upon the conditions
Based upon the 5 conditions.
being met. Okay, I'll second that.
I'd like to hear from Brian.
So would I. Since he is an engineer, he's
Yeah,
yes or not.
I want to hear from a real engineer,
He just gave his
not three
response.
democratic plans.
So this subdivision is just across the street, basically from Cherrywood, where we did the paving and the swales last year. And there's a house on it now, they're creating 2 building lots,
Mhm.
extending the sewer and water to serve the new lots, and I believe the existing homes as well, they're still working out the details. And the subdivision is before the planning commission, has been before the planning commission, and should be in front of council. So there's plenty of capacity, I don't see any issues with allocating the.
And that goes to the map that was created.
It's not specific, the property isn't specifically called out on the map, but in general, that area is supposed to get public sewer.
Okay, do we have comment from anybody up here on council?
I have a question. So if they're gonna be connected to public water and public sewer, will they also be connected to storm water sewers, stormwater management systems? The reason I ask that is because on Hickory Hill Road, oftentimes when you go by at the exit of Pleasant Drive, there's always a lot of standing water in several of the properties that are there that back up to the Woodfield development. And I'm wondering, is this going to be addressed through, I understand the EDUs doesn't pertain necessarily to that, but I'm just wondering, is that a policy things anyway?
They have designed stormwater management facilities to contain the stormwater that they're gonna generate, and they're back and forth between their office and our office now.
Okay.
So that'll be finalized before it comes to council.
Were any residents notified of this, that this would be on the agenda tonight with a letter? With a letter?
Customarily, EDUs do not get notified to adjoining property owners, and in the last 3 or 4 that I've looked at on the board docs, the minutes, the applicant usually doesn't appear. It's based on the engineer's input and the same conditions that are outlined for this individual tonight.
All right, thank you.
What's gonna happen here is 3 new homes, correct?
2.
2 new homes, I'm sorry, 2 new
Right,
homes.
there's one there.
But I wonder where that trash is gonna go. Where does that trash gonna go? To the landfill or to keep it on the property? Anybody know that?
Well, I don't
Maybe
have that
Priscilla's
one.
house.
Anybody else have any comment on this topic?
No, thank you.
Okay, and we have a roll call?
Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Altough Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeo?
Yes.
Ms. 5-0.
Unanimous.
5A is the zoning hearing board application for EAR 06-25 for One More Steel City LLC at 3679 Old Philadelphia Pike. It's property ID Q6SW2-3-14. Guess you guys can all introduce yourselves and review this plan since it's been a little bit.
So, Jay, can you clarify if the letter went out to any residents regarding this being on the agenda?
Not that the township would be aware of, and it's.
What do you mean not be aware? I mean, the township either sent one or they didn't. So the township did not send a letter to residents in the old Philadelphia Pike area. I'm not asking you, I'm asking Jay, shut up. So Jay, the township did not send a letter to residents in the old Philadelphia Pike area about this being on the agenda.
No, because it's not a public hearing or it's.
So we didn't notify, so that the people aren't here during the summer vacation time was not surprising. And the township did nothing, the Democrats in the majority did nothing to notify
Tom, on
residents.
page
Okay.
5 of the submission, there's a whole page designated toward addresses that were notified.
The people I talked to were not notified.
Before we get started, just so we're clear as to what this is a zoning hearing, it's not for here.
It's not for here.
I'm recognizing Steve, so if everybody else could.
We're not.
Well, she misrepresented what it was.
Are we
It's for the zoning
not a
hearing
zoning
board.
hearing board?
We're not a zoning hearing board, and that's what,
So what's before the township
Victoria was
council
talking
right
about.
now?
That's right, it's not zoning, right?
What's before the township council right now is whether township council wants to provide a recommendation or otherwise to the zoning hearing board. To be clear, when the matter is placed before the zoning hearing board, that is actually a public hearing. Notice then has to be provided in accordance with the rules with regard to the neighboring individuals and to provide them notice. So the applicant will have to comply with that at the appropriate time.
So as I said, there's
When
nothing
this
that
happens,
represented.
when
There's
this
nothing-
happens,
that's not what I'm preventing
township council,
from.
it is not a public hearing, and therefore, special notice is not sent to neighboring, individuals or parcels.
It's not required to be sent, you can send it as a courtesy, which you didn't.
He never did
So
either,
I think
Tom.
this would be the appropriate time to
Which you
turn it
did.
over to the applicant to
You
provide
do it as a
that.
courtesy.
Steve, Steve, may I ask you a question, Steve? Steve, may I ask you a question, as the township solicitor?
Please, you said that.
So, we will have a vote this evening, right, as council, we will be voting on whether to say yea, nay, or no position, correct?
You will have a vote today to indicate what steps, if any, you want to take with regard to the zoning application.
Right, which may be yea, nay, or no position, correct?
Or could go all sorts of other things.
It could be, I understand that. So the fact that we are going to be taking official public action tonight, and there's been no notice that's been provided to the neighboring property owners, that's correct?
There's no specific notice, meaning letters are sent to them. Notice is provided to the municipality and the neighbors in accordance with the public notice of the agenda items and so on and so forth.
And the
Just
notice-
like,
and the notice-
pardon me, just like the other items, for example, A, B, C, D, all the way through.
So the notice, are you done? May I speak now? May I ask you a question? So the notice that will be provided then will be after this council perhaps takes official action, yea, nay, or no position, or something else. And at that point, the council's position will already be stated for the zoning hearing board without the public having the opportunity to comment on this and perhaps influence the votes of the township council, their elected officials.
No, the public has the ability to be here, the public has been provided notice, and anyone from the public can, and various individuals from the public came and spoke about agenda items.
So the notice
answer is
that,
no.
so the notice that the public got was noticed through the township website, which if you want to contact your elected representative, you have to fill out a form to get their email address.
And they got it on Friday.
Right.
So
And you got this on Friday.
So the fact of the matter is, the township and the Democrats on the majority here, and the applicant could have insisted that letters be sent to the neighboring residents that would be affected by this with traffic and other things. But they chose not to. They didn't want the public. The Democrats didn't want the public here, the applicant didn't want the public here tonight. And that's why they weren't provided with letters about this being on the
Please show us all the times that you did that in your time here.
It's not customary.
Okay.
No, it's customary, it's not required, it's not required. Right, and you'll do the bare minimum, we know,
And
Mr.
it's
Russo.
not
We'll do the bare
customary, and it's never been
minimum,
by this
Mr. Russo,
township, I
we
don't
know.
know why we'd be creating a
Many
precedent
pictures of that
to do a lot of other things and jump through hoops. I don't know why we would be doing that, it's not
Okay.
something we've ever
All right,
done.
let's just let the developer get started, introduce yourselves as you speak, so we know who's who, and.
That definitely was not on.
Okay, let's.
It goes up.
My apologies. Kate Durso, Fitzpatrick, Lindsay Bula.
I'm Chris Brown, Brown Design Group. And I'm Phil Malich with the applicant.
Thank you.
So when we were last here a couple months ago, we had presented as a proposed potential alternative development for the subject property to be townhouses as opposed to garden apartments.
we did share a preview at the last meeting, so it really hasn't changed much from the initial concept that we presented. Just a quick recap on the property, it's 8.3 acres, just a little bit greater than that. It's located in the Village Center District. One of the reasons why we keep coming back and trying to refine our project and work with the township is because there's over 5.5 acres of natural resources that basically run right down the middle of the property, which makes, any type of development, whether by right or with some relief, a little bit challenging. So, following the encouragement that we got with regard to the townhouse concept, we studied the township ordinance, and it appeared that the best route to go would be under the cluster development option. And so we used that in the evolution of this design in terms of lot area, density, and the general layout to come up with what we're presenting tonight, which is part of our zoning application, which is 21 townhomes, attached residential units, situated in accordance with all other requirements of the township dimensionally set as enumerated in the application. But it is serviced by 2 private driveways that interface with Old Philadelphia Pike. One of the driveways being situated directly in alignment with the existing driveway to the municipal campus, and the other driveway is specifically situated to be within the prescribed offsets from all other adjacent driveways. So, by the nature of the alignment with the campus driveway from the municipal complex, it leaves us a little short in terms of separation with the auxiliary driveway for the township-owned garage across the street, which is already in sort of a non-compliant configuration with the campus driveway. So we thought that was the most appropriate alignment, and that's one of our relief requests is an interpretation on whether that accessory garage and its driveway constitutes the right separation requirements. But otherwise, other refinements to the plan is we identified an area within the open space that's shown on the open space plan to sort of celebrate a little bit of the history and heritage of the site, where we propose to put in historical markers and perhaps reuse materials maybe from the home in the process. The parking has been bolstered to show 4 parking spaces per unit as opposed to the required 3. We've heard time and time again with our previous designs that you guys are concerned about, providing additional parking for visitors, guests, and so forth. So we've provided additional parking, and we've situated that with our stormwater management components to sort of combine what little disturbance we are asking for in terms of an exception, an additional 2% of the overall allowable disturbance in the riparian buffer. So we combined those extra overflow parking spaces with our stormwater areas to sort of make best use of this disturbance variance that we're asking for. By the nature of proposing townhouses and in the configuration that we show, we feel like it's a better outcome for the township, because instead of having what could be essentially 21 driveways entering onto Old Philadelphia Pike, we're handling them with private access driveways built to private driveway standards that access the units from the rear. By accessing the townhome from the rear and still providing some backyard personal space for the townhouses, we chose to go with detached garages. And if you imagine a detached garage on any other property is typically surrounded by ample side yards and property around it. One of the relief items on our list has to do with the proximity of these detached garages, which become accessory structures by nature of the fact that they're detached. Because they're associated with attached housing, townhouses, it's virtually impossible to put those into a configuration that's compliant with the side yard setback for the accessory structure. So we believe that there's, actually sort of an absence of accommodation in the ordinance to some degree that would address a detached garage for an attached housing style unit. So, so that's the reason for one of the relief requirements there. We're still maintaining that, that 2/3 of the site will remain undeveloped and permanently restricted from development. And that would be the whole area on the opposite side of the tributary and all of the remaining natural resources that, that are otherwise protected by requirement. I'd like to point out that the one relief is asking for the cluster development to be allowed at 8.3 acres when a 10-acre requirement is in the ordinance. And I just want to point out that while that seems like, you know, perhaps a big variance, the option as it's applied to the project would actually enable 48 units to be developed on the slide by the density calculation. I think we're only proposing 21 units. Clearly shows that we're not abusing the relief that we're requesting with this consideration for the cluster development option here. We're essentially at 45% of what would otherwise be allowed. So there's no abuse of the relief that's being requested. It just allows for a housing type that makes development sensible on this otherwise challenging piece of property.
And as Chris mentioned, and as was discussed at the last meeting, the bulk of this site to the south would be in a conservation easement, you know, which was something that we talked about at length when we were last here. So we're happy to answer any other questions.
I have a quick question. Laura, can I be recognized?
Yes, go ahead, Victoria.
Thank you. I appreciate that we've put on the historical marker. I just was hopeful you could give some more information on what the size of the marker that you're proposing is, and whether or not there's going to be any walking path or some kind of access for people to look at it. Not just the town owner that's closest or something, but something that people could come and see.
Sure. Stacy, could you please forward to the last page in the top? Yes. So the in meeting the open space requirements, which I'm happy to say that we meet 75% where otherwise 60% is required. We're actually showing and proposing 75% of the open space. The portion of usable open space is the dark green section up to the left as you're looking at the screen, left of unit 21. And there's a small box there that, quite honestly, is just a placeholder for now. And then we view this as something that we'd like to work with the township, whether there's a committee or a commission or one of the factions that might be appropriate for us to work with to create some sort of a kiosk. And we show it in the corner page, I don't know if you have these on your screens, but in the corner of this drawing, there is there are a couple visual examples of similar type. Stacey, I don't know if you could pan down to the lower right-hand corner maybe. I forget exactly where it is, but on the page, just below that detail. I mean, just three of many different varieties that it could be. And we are proposing sidewalk along Old Philadelphia Pike, so certainly a direct walkway connection from the sidewalk could lead you right to this kiosk. And maybe it would include a bench, maybe it would include a picnic table or something. That corner is really the only meaningful area for any sort of open space, so that's why everything's sort of taking place.
Okay, so the idea is that the sidewalk would lead to some kind of walking path, and then you would work with our historical committee or whoever we designate to help design it, and it could include a bench along with the kiosk that in some kind of fashion similar to what you're showing. Okay, I like that idea, and I think I would be in favor of at least telling the zoning hearing board that that's something that we want to see if they were inclined to do anything. I do want to hear from our zoning what their position is on the requests.
Okay, but before we go there, can we? Because I have a question with the historic thing.
Oh, well, I mean, it doesn't matter. I just want to make sure that we get from, I don't yield the floor, but I would like, you know, I don't want to, if we're talking about historical markers, maybe it's, you know, it's okay.
Okay, that's no problem.
Okay.
what are you referring to? What do you want to know?
So, do you have, what's your position on the request for the variances?
Well, the requests for the variances, I think that the township should be opposed to a few of them, especially the request for the interpretations. I wrote about that in length in the memo, that some of the things that they're requesting interpretations on, such as the riparian buffer zone, the underground facilities that they want to construct, they're going to have to, when they're operating in the buffer zone, they'll have to remove a significant portion of that zone, the foliage, the trees, the roots, whatever. And bringing it back to that standard that it was before is going to take decades, even if it's not something permanent like a parking lot or something like that. It's going to take a long time to get it back to that standard. So I think the township should be opposed to an interpretation in that manner. And it's also important that allowing for opinions and interpretations by the zoning hearing board as an unopposable set precedent for allowing them in the future. So the township should, in these cases, be opposed to at least the interpretations, if not some of the requests as well.
Okay.
I would just say.
Victoria's ready to roll over.
I would just say that many times there's interpretations that are given that are fact specific based on the application that's before them, which is not a precedential ruling of the zoning hearing board. It's based on the facts there. And any of the instances where we ask for interpretations, we ask for variance relief in the alternative. And Chris, you can.
Yeah, I failed to mention, and I wanted to pick up on this because, I think that in many ways, I can understand where the zoning officer's interpretation of the riparian buffer in particular is coming from, but I just wanted to point out and remind everybody that there's virtually no riparian buffer there other than a dimensional boundary. There's no, this property's been mowed grass and field for the last, as long as you can find on Google Earth, looking back, this property's been mowed. So there's not really trees and foliage that's going to be displaced by any of this activity. And in fact, the plan includes and is required to include by ordinance riparian planting. So we're actually going to plant trees and shrubs and riparian plants that aren't there today, as opposed to disturbing ones that are. So I can understand the concern if this was a really high quality riparian forest, but it's not. And I just wanted to just mention that. So I think, and also, and I think I brought this up last time, that the amount of area that we're talking about relative to the percentage that we're allowed to disturb is probably equal to about this room in terms of footprint. We're not talking acres and acres, we're talking, I think it was like 1,400 square feet.
So you're accurate on that?
On which part?
The square feet.
I have to look more at the plan to know that.
I yield for now.
Can I go?
All right, Jason, yes?
This is a well thought out plan. I see that you put a lot of time and effort into it. I mean, pretty clear you guys want to be good neighbors, right?
Yes.
So if you want to be good neighbors, did you contact by mail or phone Lower Saucon Authority about tonight's meeting?
To who?
Tonight's meeting, Lower Saucon Authority.
Lower Saucon Authority?
Yes.
No, we did not.
Right. Did you contact Lawrence Reedy?
So we were directed pursuant to.
Let me ask you a question. Did you contact Lawrence Reed? It's a yes or no question.
I can answer the question how I feel.
Yeah.
We
But
have.
please answer.
We have specific direction in the MPC that we're required to send to public notices a certain amount of days prior to the zoning hearing board taking place. So we did not send to any of them.
The answer is no.
You don't know what it's doing because it's not required, and you're making it out like it is
Well, you
required.
are.
And Jason, you know it's not a requirement.
I asked you, do you want to be good neighbors? And you said yes.
Yes, this is being good neighbors. We think the development is
You
being
wanna
good
argue with
neighbors.
me?
Why is sending notice meaning good neighbors? The
You know,
development
you're all
itself
like,
is
Kate,
good
I'm going to
neighbors.
ask you the questions I want to ask you, and you can choose to answer them however you want, but I'm going to ask them until you answer them to my satisfaction.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the way this is going to go. Did you contact?
Laura,
Did
just
you
a point
contact
of order,
Diamond
and we just
Realty?
keep this
No.
from being an interrogation,
No.
and I'm not gonna sit through a
Contact
3-hour
Larry or
deposition,
Shelley
I'm not gonna
Fable?
do that.
Did you contact William
No.
and Donna Brown?
It's just a point of order for
Did you
you.
contact Jose Luis
No.
I'm gonna interrupt too.
Perez?
No.
Did you contact Christopher Sheldo?
No,
She not
Did you contact 3672 Route 378 Associates?
no.
Did you contact, well, you're One More Steel City, so you wouldn't have to contact yourselves. Did you contact Timothy Rosengrantz? Did you contact Virginia Stengline?
Okay, let's not go one by one through this
Did you
list. This is a
contact-
waste of time. No. They were not contacted, Jason, that was already established.
Vivian Miller.
Let's move on. Do you have other relevant questions?
He's asking relevant questions.
Did you contact
They're not
Keystone Automotive?
And we all know they're
They
not.
are, because you said you want to be a good neighbor.
We have a good neighbor.
Okay, we can move on, then we move on to a different
Do you
council.
have other questions?
At least she ain't a piece of shit like you.
You mentioned on this plan here, on this application,
I called for
that the
John.
purpose of this, would you stop interrupting me, Laura? The buildings and improvements to be provided, residential dwelling, detached garage, in-ground swimming pool. I don't remember an in-ground swimming pool being on any prior plans. Is an in-ground swimming pool being proposed here?
No, in ground.
Well, it says here on the,
You're already.
it's on the, it says here on the variant 06-25, it's been received by the township June 24, 2025. It says specifically, it identifies the owner as One More Steel City, identifies the address of the property, 3679 Old Philadelphia Pike, Village Center. Tax parcel ID is listed here. On the second page, residential dwelling, describe the buildings and other improvements.
I said that the department currently gave a single-family home garage, and I probably put a pool by accident. We're not proposing a pool
I see, thank you for the clarification.
There is a pool
on site,
Yeah.
yes.
Have you looked at any issues now? There's a waterway that goes down through the center of this property, right?
I'm sorry,
There's a waterway that goes down through the center of this property, right? There's a water concourse of some type.
within the area identified on the map.
Goes down the property, right? And we've
I
already
would-
talked
I would
about in
call it
prior
a waterway.
meetings, we've already talked in prior meetings about the flooding issues that occur in the area of Black River Road and Route 378. So it appears to me, can we agree that there's a high water table in this area? Yeah, you shook your head, yes, you agree with that?
That's a fair assumption.
All right. Have you done any analysis on the effect of that water table on the properties that the buildings that you're going to be putting in there?
No, but that's something that would certainly be undertaken as we would work through due diligence for the project.
Okay. There are also sinkholes that are prevalent in the Lehigh Valley. Have you done any investigation for sinkholes?
Not yet. That would be part of our due diligence as the project would move forward.
Now, I know we had Drew Jordanowski too from the EAC because he wanted to speak on behalf of Russ Sutton, who's on the EAC. Has EAC weighed in on any of this? I mean, you're taking a largely undeveloped parcel of land that's 8.05 acres and proposing to put on it how many units?
21.
21? 21 units. Have they weighed in on this?
Based on my notes from the last council meeting, there was a motion to forward the application, not by us, to the EAC and the Historical Commission.
Okay, have you participated in any EAC meetings?
I have not.
Okay, so they haven't done their job in looking at this.
I can't answer that question.
Well, how long ago was it that you were here?
I
4
don't
months
know,
ago, 5
I don't
months
know
ago?
when it would have occurred. I do know that we did get comments that were forwarded to us from the Historical Commission, and perhaps there was some from the EAC, and I can't recall off the top of my head, but I know that we received the comments that we discussed last time from the Historical Commission.
We've had a lot of meetings. When were we here last time?
My notes reflect that it was in February.
February, so 5 months ago. And you haven't heard anything from the EAC in the past 5
Yeah,
months?
but I don't know whether the intent was for them to get this further, like when we were doing the land development, I don't recall in specifics, except that there was talk about the walking feature that we just talked about, and the monument, and for the Historical Commission comments to be given to us, which were given to us for the last time, and then, potential for the plan to ultimately be forwarded to the EAC.
All right, number 15 of the application here, zoning application. It says the following, the nature of the unique circumstances and the unnecessary hardship justifying this request for a variance is the property contains unique physical and topographical conditions that disproportionately limit the ability to develop. Additional testimony will be provided at the time of the hearing. What's the additional testimony that you anticipate providing at the hearing?
Specifics on the actual, so when you do your application, you don't put the entire testimony that you're going to present through your witnesses. And so the witnesses will explain the specific features that are set forth on the property.
I'm asking, what are you anticipating that that testimony will be? I'd like to hear it, because you're asking us to take a position on this. I'd like to know what you anticipate.
So I would be asking Chris questions to confirm the features specific to the property,
Whatever features, give me some details here. I understand you're gonna ask these people
What
questions.
features, Chris, the example would be,
Yeah,
Mr. Brown, what features are located on the property that provide this property to be unique as compared to the other properties that are located along Old
Thank you, Ms.
Philadelphia
Darcy,
Pike?
that's the question I'm trying to get at. I'd like to know that for my decision.
Yeah, so
He's trying to remain professional, Mr.
the property is encumbered by numerous natural resources that are specified in the zoning ordinance, and with relating setbacks and disturbance limitations. Those include wetlands, riparian buffers, waters and streams of the Commonwealth, woodlands, steep slopes, woodlands with steep slopes, and I think that's about all.
I would also ask him follow-up questions if, for him to
I don't
identify.
know if it's unanswered.
Yeah, no,
We
that's,
went back to a plan, he was coming back.
I was just looking, and I covered them all. Those are, and the fact that they run down the middle of the property. And, their offsets are prescribed dimensionally in the ordinance, makes this a particularly challenging property with regard to those requirements.
So those are the topographical features that you believe create a hardship for you?
Not topographical, those are more the natural features. Topography is not necessarily
Physical features.
synonymous.
We call them physical features?
Physical, natural features is really what it is.
Right. We can agree that the property has a single-family home on it, correct?
Yes.
And the property was able to have a single-family home on it with these physical and topographical features, correct?
That is correct, but that is not the burden at the zoning hearing board because it's not a use variance that's being requested.
I understand.
And a use variance application would have to show that the property couldn't otherwise be put to a use that was otherwise permitted in the zoning ordinance.
I understand. So, when you say disproportionately limit, what does that mean? Does that mean that the developer can't max out the property to squeeze every square inch of development and profit out of it? Is that what that
No,
means?
it disproportionately limits it because the area of developable is along the front and along the rear, and it's disproportionate. It's also disproportionate given the swath that goes through the center of it.
Disproportionate to what?
Disproportionate to the other properties that are along Old Philadelphia Pike that don't have the same types of features and the developable area that's left. And we certainly are not maximizing the site because Mr. Brown just testified to the fact that, well, didn't testify, it's not a public hearing, just spoke about what could be on here if the true density that's allowed under the zoning ordinance and for this property were presented, which was what, Chris, almost twice.
Yeah, it was over twice. 48 units are allowed based on the calculation density of a developable area of this property. We're only proposing 21 units.
Right. So let me ask you about this historical marker. This historical marker, what are you putting up a historical marker for?
Is in response to the feedback that we received at the last meeting about paying some homage to the history of the existing structure and prior families on this property.
What was that? What's the historical marker? Remind me.
I believe when we were here before, and I don't have the historic report in front of me, but something along the lines of it potentially having been a spot along the Underground Railroad. And that there was information provided that did that, not by us, but that somebody from the historic committee did the research back. And so the intent was to have a historical marker with the kiosk and other information to be provided so that if somebody was interested in the history of the property and the Underground Railroad, that would be part of the marker. I don't know all the history of the property, but that was the intention.
This proposed historical marker, will it identify the developer who destroyed this property and took away the historical features that existed before the development went in?
Well, we certainly can put their name on it if you would like.
Sure, if you'd like to, yeah. I think that would be, and will it reflect that the developer is going to develop this property that was once a stop, or believed to be a stop on the Underground Railroad?
Well, the stop is not there now, so this developer
Well,
is
of course,
not the
it's
one.
not slavery got abolished in
Well,
1860.
So this developer did not remove what was there when it was the Underground Railroad. So I don't know who it was who would have removed it when it was the Underground Railroad, but this developer would be preserving and putting a marker on there to be able to appreciate the historic relevancy. No, your question to me was, will the developer who took away what was the historic aspect of it, put his name,
Take
and
away
that
the
was
Underground Railroad,
enough?
it's a historic aspect. So don't put words in my mouth. They didn't say the developer took away the Underground Railroad, because the Underground Railroad doesn't exist anymore. I think we can all agree upon that. It went away 50 years ago.
I think we can all agree about that, yes.
So we agree upon that.
But the
So-
structure that's being removed is not the historical, is not the Underground Railroad stop. The stop is somewhere elsewhere on the property, it wasn't in that house.
I thought there were aspects of the structure that were part of this. I thought there was an
Not-
investigation
not-
that was done, there were
The
aspects.
house does not qualify for being on the historical register.
Now you're changing the ball, like, listen. I thought there were aspects of the structure that are on the property that were believed to have been part of the Underground Railroad.
No.
Am I mistaken about
It
that?
was my understanding that the property was a stop, not the house that is there.
Okay, my understanding was that part of the structure was that.
That was not my understanding.
Has Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue reviewed this plan and done any investigation and analysis as to whether or not these roadways that are being proposed are sufficient for the fire apparatus that this township has so generously purchased for them?
Not to my knowledge, I don't believe that they would be involved until the land development phase, because typically that is when the plan is sent to the fire and potentially emergency services.
So, the zoning officer mentioned that you would need to remove a significant amount of foliage to accomplish what you're intending to do.
And that is incorrect. That's why Mr. Brown just explained that this is not an area where there's riparian that would cause that significant amount to be removed. It is grass, and we were putting trees in place of areas where there is grass.
Right, well, I'm gonna direct my attention back to the zoning officer, Tyler, you're looking great. Which is it? Are you correct in that they're gonna have to disturb, I mean, you're paid by the township to watch out for the township's interest. Is it fair to say that, like you said earlier, that a significant amount of foliage would be disturbed, and they seem to be disputing that, so where's the truth?
They're gonna have to disturb the riparian buffer zone. I haven't made an actual site visit, so I guess I couldn't attest to what's in that zone, but, they're going to have to disturb that zone.
Tell me I didn't hear you right. You said you didn't go and do an actual site visit?
That's right.
You knew this was on the agenda, right? And it's literally right across the street from the township offices.
Right.
Okay.
Why did you do it, just out of curiosity?
It's not really typical for us to do an entire site visit for a variance application.
Okay. Even when it's across the street?
That isn't really my location.
Well, it's a lot easier when it's across the street, isn't it?
I would agree with that, yeah.
That's all I have.
Sorry, I just have a few questions.
Okay, Tom, you can have the floor then, since you asked a nice.
No, I never asked. What do you envision that these are gonna sell for? I wanna know what we're doing here.
Yeah, I think it would be $600,000 to $700,000 price point.
How many units?
600, 700K per unit. So you bought them 12.6 million, you bought the property for 500,000, was it 700? 14.7, 12.6. Well, and what, is it gonna be a homeowners association that's gonna take care of, everything?
Yeah.
Okay. And, they're gonna plow the roads?
Yes.
The internal?
Yes.
They actually would own, the
Oh,
association would own the
Yeah,
private road.
own and plow, right, plow roads, okay, that's good. That's good. Okay. Well, Jason covered most of it, but Ms. Durso, you can be more professional with Jason. You know, someone reached out to me, no, I'm gonna tell something, someone reached out to me early on in this and said, would it be better if we didn't have Kate Durso represent us? And I said, no. I said, you should keep her. I think she'd do a good job, she's professional, but I don't want to change my mind now.
Okay, Priscilla, do you have questions?
I have questions. Well, Now we're at this point now, and the 21 homes, I think this is the best option. I like the fact that you're gonna be doing, and I apologize, I only looked at the drawings for the box, I didn't scroll over to the edge. But, so that was gonna be one of my questions, so I also worked with the historic committee, on this project, and they would be more than happy to work with you to develop something off of that.
I know that the owner, we had gotten calls about information in the building that we made, so if they need to access it again.
They will, yeah, okay. So I'm speaking for them, all three on the liaison, so, we appreciate that. So, I have to say, that the letter with the opposing, whatever your wording was, I agree with his letter, Tyler's letter. So I can't support that portion, but,
Would you prefer that we withdraw the interpretations and just proceed with the variance request?
I can't tell you what to do, but.
No, I'm just saying, that seems to be.
I am not comfortable with the interpretation part. I am more comfortable with, if you were to remove the interpretation and resubmit it, I would be comfortable with taking no position. But in the event the zoning board were to grant variances, I would ask that they also consider placing conditions that would require connections to Town Hall Park, which you have via the sidewalk, but something leading to the historical kiosk and monument design with input from the historical committee. Just basically memorializing what you've publicly in good faith offered, but just putting some more teeth behind that and asking for a condition if they were going to grant the variances. That's what I'm comfortable with.
We don't have an issue with withdrawing the interpretations. The zoning hearing is not intended to be until the end of August, so we have adequate time to,
They canceled the other meeting in July.
I actually asked for it not to be on the July, one, because we didn't know what would transpire here, and two, I actually could be away, so we waited for the August figure, and if we had some cleanup to do, we wouldn't have to worry about re-advertising and whatnot, so we can certainly get the revised in plenty of time for the advertisements to go.
All right, so that's good.
The advertisement is going to what, middle of August, I think?
The advertisements are on the applicant. You're saying like the letters and the advertisement on the paper?
The advertisement paper.
Oh, yeah, it won't be until later.
Right, yeah, so we would have adequate time for the advertisement, and certainly before the, we know it's in the letters, yeah.
So, Mr. Guzzian, if they're willing to withdraw that, do we wait for them to resubmit? And then, or should we, is it appropriate if we're inclined to vote?
I think what you could do is if somebody wants to make a motion to send a letter to the zoning hearing board indicating that the township council opposes the proposed interpretation and that the applicant has agreed to withdraw them. And then number two would be, if that's what you want, township council takes no position with regard to the variance requests. And then number three would be they would keep the historical markers as they've already represented. And number four would be they would keep their open space requirements that they've already represented. One could make that motion.
I'm gonna make that motion, just adding one more portion to I think it was number 3 about the historical marker, to make sure that there would be some ability for the public to view it and access it and work with our historical committee on design.
No, second that, thank you.
All right, so, I think that was a good motion. I'm generally favorable to looking at this as a cluster development as well. We talked about that at length before, a couple times, I believe. That reduced the driveways, having all these homes with individual driveways, which is what is normal in this area. So,
Susan's giving a direction here. Can you explain to me exactly what the motion is?
Repeat the full motion,
It
everything.
made no sense to me. It's been changed 3 times.
It has not been changed.
It has. Then we're.
Because it was the first was gonna be against it, and then the second one is we're gonna be against it as written, but they were gonna remove 3
we
things.
didn't make any other motions before.
What is the motion? Just state the motion for the record.
I did.
Somebody. Can you repeat it then? Just
I will summarize it for you.
You won't repeat it?
No.
Okay. $220 an hour, taxpayer money, he won't repeat a motion for us to vote on. He won't repeat a motion for us, $220 an hour, and he won't repeat a motion.
Just a stall tactic.
Just repeat the motion, or summarize it, or
If
do
we
whatever.
weren't, like, leaving the dais and walking back and having conversations with other people while the other one was on the phone, you would have heard it.
No, I was
It's
back
part of
up
the
here, I
YouTube-
didn't understand.
It's part of the YouTube channel, and this is just a delay and stall tactic.
What are you talking about, YouTube channel? Of course you're talking about.
So I'm
So what's what is the
Yeah,
motion?
he's gonna do the summary of the motion, and then Victoria added the not supportive of the
The motion has been changed, so that is, yes, thank
He
you.
added an addition to it, but we
Thank
didn't
you,
have
so it
all
has
those
been
other, but we
changed.
didn't have 3 other motions.
So the motion in summary format is, Township Council, or the motion would be for the solicitor to send a letter to the zoning hearing board regarding the application, where number 1, Township Council would oppose the proposed interpretations, and the applicant would agree to withdraw those proposed interpretations. Number 2, Township Council would take no position with regard to the variance requests. Number 3, the applicant would keep the historical markers, provide access, and as represented in their earlier indications before Township Council. And number 4, the applicant would keep the open space and the other environmental items that they previously represented to Township Council. That is the summary of the earlier motion.
What do you mean by provide access, like the public can go on and look at the historical markers, is that what the access is?
It was to make
Yes.
sure that there was, yes, the ability for the public to access the historical mark,
Thank you.
to work with the historical.
Thank you, I understand.
Thank you, thank you for.
It's not that hard.
Okay, can we have a roll call?
$220 an hour, we gotta pay for an explanation of a motion.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Ms. Uptown Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. De Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you.
Item is 5B, to authorize the Act 537 update for the Meadows Road pump station.
So the Meadows Road Pump Station currently under construction along 412 right now. As I mentioned to council before, before this pump station can service anyone other than the giant plaza that it is serving now, the township has to amend their Act 537 plan to identify the service area that will ultimately be served by this pump station. So due to the fact that it's under construction now, we really should get started on that.
If I could be recognized, Laura?
Yes.
Just for historical preference, when I first started going to the water authority meetings, we discussed the idea that the township would coordinate our Act 537 update with the pump station becoming online. And we budgeted for this in the budget as a line item at the end of last year so that we could have that accomplished. So this is just the next step in that line. I know that, at least at the water authority meeting last night, it was represented that you've already had some contact and started looking at old maps and things like that. So I'm very happy that we can move this forward.
All right, well, I'll make the motion.
I'll second the motion.
I'll make a motion, and you can have your comment, Tom, that's okay. I'll make the motion to authorize Hanover Engineering Associates to update the Township's Act 537 plan to reflect the service area for the Meadows Road pump station. Okay, Tom, go ahead.
So, are you aware of what we're doing now without the pump station? That we've been working with Hellertown, and they've been taking some of it off-site. Are you familiar with that? How much is that costing the water authority, do you know?
I don't know. My understanding is they were going to look at the cost for pumping, was the other option, and then approach Hellertown to say, look, why, instead of us doing this, why don't you let us continue to flow until we can get our new station? But that's the last thing.
Victoria, you're the liaison, what's happening? is Hellertown allowing us to
There's
use?
been a renewed agreement for Hellertown to do that.
How much?
And when they did, I can't tell you the figure off the top of my head, but when they looked at the analysis and the cost, they had to compare the alternative, which was for us to truck the sewage ourselves and pay a company to do that. So, both in the first instance, which I think happened more than 2 years ago, where they initially did the agreement with Hellertown Water Authority, and in the most recent updated agreement, both times they negotiated a favorable cost benefit to the water authority as opposed to the alternative, which would be a truck. So that's all part of the water authority's public meetings, and all of that information is available, but that's the outcome.
Right, right. Do you know how long we've been trying to build this pump station? How long? I have an idea. Go ahead, tell the public.
Since the late 1990s is when Ahold, which developed the giant site, came in and started the planning process.
Right. And why do you think it's taken so long, in your opinion?
Well, I know the authority looked at other options to eliminate the pump station altogether, go gravity through Hellertown and connect into the city, and they couldn't reach a deal with Hellertown, is my understanding.
So
that took a while.
Right. So for 25 years, Hellertown wouldn't cut a deal with us. They were shaking us down, and 25 years, at least, maybe longer. They were shaking us down, and this is this is residents and taxpayer money. You pay your water bill, and this is what you get. Takes over 25 years to build a pump station because of, I mean, when I was on the liaison, I was trying to get them to move quickly on this and just get it done, just build it and be done with Hellertown on it. Bill Ross does not move that quickly at all. I'm not sure what his qualifications for that job actually were.
My
He's
understanding is
been
that
there
he
for a
did not
while.
attend the water authority meetings for
I
at least
did.
1 year
I
prior
did.
to
No, that's not
being
true.
removed as
That's
the
not
water
true.
authority liaison.
That's not true. That's not true. That's inaccurate. That's
Probably
inaccurate.
because Tom was in our meetings, you
That's
remember everybody.
It wasn't in
That's
attendance,
inaccurate.
I'm sure that you can check out the
Just
public,
not.
you can check
Yeah,
out the
you can.
minutes and see who
Right.
attended.
So that's the truth, is that Hellertown wanted to try and hold us up. Now, finally, we're gonna build our own pump station. And, but at a cost, it's a huge cost. Victoria, what is the current cost of building a pump station?
I didn't bring those figures with me,
You don't
because
have-
this
Is
is
it-
the water
is-
authority meeting, the water authority meeting was
Brian,
last
do you
night.
know?
They
Brian,
went
do you know what the
through-
current
They went
cost
through
is?
the figures, they're in the middle of.
Generally, how much does it
construction.
cost for a
One
pump
at a
station?
time.
Well, she's
If
interrupting.
you're
You
gonna
recognize
ask me a
me.
question, you have to let me answer the question.
And you said
before
you didn't know.
talk.
You said you didn't know.
No, I wasn't finished answering the question. before
Right.
you
You
let
let Brian answer.
jump down my throat.
As I recall, when I left the Water Authority Board, I think they were up to about $2.5–3 million. That was a couple years ago. With inflation, I imagine it's higher than that.
Yeah, well, there's other parts to it as well, the gravity to go from the current pump station down to the new pump station, and all the force mains required to get under the creek by the new bridge and up Meadows Road, so it's more than just the pump station. So that figure that you're remembering
Is low.
probably
Much higher, much higher. So again, this is township residents who have to pay for this, probably anywhere from $3 to $5 or $6 million project. Because again, Hellertown, shaking us down. And, that'll be their water bill. I'm sure they've increased it a little bit recently, I know. But I'm sure there will be big increases, to come to pay for this full amount. But you're doing a bang-up job there on the water authority, Top. You don't know, you couldn't answer one question.
Happy to be
Couldn't answer one
attending,
question.
in light of the fact that there was no liaison attending.
Just
You can't even tell us, you can't even tell us,
You're not doing the
you
job.
can't even
Okay,
tell us, you
okay.
can't even tell us
That's that's
whether
enough.
this project is gonna
That
cost
is
3
enough.
million,
That
4
is
million, or
all.
5 million, or
I
6
made a
million dollars.
motion, can I have a
She can't
second?
even tell us that.
I have second.
She's on the water authority, she can't even tell us how
Okay,
many
Victoria,
millions it's gonna
second.
cost
Can I have a
for
roll
township
call?
residents.
No, I haven't had a chance to
He
speak.
hasn't
He has a chance to speak. Hold on.
He hasn't spoken on this.
So Brian, let me ask you another question, if you don't mind. Ideally, to build a pump station, such as the pump station, the Meadows Road pump station, from beginning to end, how long is that process, how long would it take for that process to work itself out? I'm not asking what happened here, but I'm asking, in an ideal world,
An
where,
ideal world, why would we do that?
because you live in your own world.
We don't live in an ideal world, so why would you ask that
In an ideal
question?
world, but Brian, if you were engineering this and you were planning a time frame for this to happen, what would you estimate the time frame would be?
2 to 2.5 years, if you've got real estate acquisition, and you've got to look at routes to take all the pipes that go to it, so that wouldn't be outlandish.
So 2 to 2.5 years, and you said this thing has been talked about since the 1990s. 10 times longer than it should have taken, and how much over budget? Victoria can't tell you the price of it, and we're getting the old Hellertown shakedown. We entered into a new agreement, Victoria acknowledges that we entered into a new agreement to transport Lower Saucon sewage through the Hellertown system, when this thing could have been done and built and completed without having the Hellertown shakedown, and everybody paying more for their water, more for their sewage bill.
They would have
It's
needed the
remarkable.
pump station
And,
regardless. The properties
and
in
you
Lower
get the
Saucon
shakedown, would you
Township.
please have me stop
This
interrupting
isn't-
me? She's interrupting.
No, we're not having any productive conversation at all here.
That's not like the conversation, Lost.
When you're
Just don't-
This all
misrepresenting
happens
and
after
putting
the
things
game.
that people,
You don't like
words in
conversations.
people's mouths, it has to be corrected. It's not an accurate representation. Giant is in Lower Saucon Township.
She
The
can't
pump
tell us.
station needed to be done in Lower Saucon
Are you
Township.
done?
I can't
She
tell
can't
you
tell
what
us what we're
happened
paying now.
25 years ago.
She can't tell us what we're
But
paying now. She can't
irrespective
tell us
of
how
that,
much the project's
The
gonna
water
be.
authority,
And she's on the
4
water
years
authority.
ago, came before you with the request to go ahead and build their pump station. That's when the water authority chose to move forward. We are not the dictators of what the water authority does or does not do.
She can't,
You can attend a water authority meeting,
she
and
can't tell
I
us the
welcome
price.
everybody, in
She
fact,
can't
I've
tell us
said that
the price.
multiple times,
She attends
that
and she
people
can't tell us
attend
the
the water
price.
authority meeting,
She
so
attends
they
and she
can
can't
get
tell us
the
the price.
information.
Yeah.
But on top of that, I think
No, I
to
think we're
try
gonna
and
take a
argue
roll
that
call
this
on
is
this.
something that's happened in the last year,
I'm not.
when
that's
it's
my
not,
question. I'm
it's
sorry.
something that's
I'm
been
asking
planned for
questions.
many years, and it started under the prior administration, and now it's followed this way. It's just more of the same, but I think to use your time to disparage other people, to criticize the water authority and other municipalities is, another derelict of your responsibility as a township council person.
Well, I really.
Derelict of duty, you can't tell, you attend the meetings and you can't tell us how much it's gonna cost. You're derelict of duty, you can't tell us how much it's
This
gonna
agenda
cost
item is to update.
to build
the
this pump
Act
station, and you can't tell us how much we're paying
557
now to get the stuff out of Hellertown. We're derelict of duty, you attend the meetings and you can't tell us that. You can't tell us
You're
that.
pointing yourself
You can't
liaison,
tell
I
us
guess on the
that.
credential that
We asked
sewage
you-
comes out of your mouth. That's your credential.
Asked you for two numbers, we asked you for two numbers, and you couldn't
Okay,
do it,
that's
you couldn't
enough.
do it.
She
Two
doesn't have the
you can't
numbers,
do it.
so let's move on, let's
Right.
have a roll call.
She attends the meetings, she doesn't have the numbers.
Yes. Mr. Caroci?
I want the numbers, no.
Ms. De Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
He has to authorize the engineer to update the plan, It's a document, right?
Yes, that's what the.
Motion to replace.
I didn't ask you, I'm just speaking to the.
I make a motion to replace Victoria Optoff on the Lower
Second.
Saucon Authority.
Second.
Okay.
All right, there's a motion and a
Next
second.
item is 5C.
Talk about absolute utter incompetence.
5C to award the bid for the Frederick Street and Yost Avenue reconstruction project. We received 6 bids for Frederick Street and Yost Avenue reconstruction project. The township staff is recommending that the bid be awarded to lowest responsible bidder, which is H&K Group Incorporated, in the amount of $219,157.25. So I'll make the motion to award Frederick Street and Yost Avenue reconstruction project to the lowest responsible bidder, which is H&K Group Incorporated, for $219,157.25.
I'll second that.
Before we have any further discussion, may I be heard?
Sure.
Just so Township Council is aware, although it doesn't necessarily affect directly the awarding of the bid, there's a series of documents that have not been completed yet. Some relate to a right-of-way based on a private party, one relates to an intermunicipal agreement. So if someone's inclined to amend the motion to award the bid as stated, but with all the documents to be drafted to the satisfaction of Township staff, that might be something to consider.
Do those documents have the potential of increasing this bid? In other words, there would be a supplement to this bid, or?
No, it wouldn't relate to the bid, it's just merely we couldn't move forward with the project because certain things aren't done. And we wouldn't want to be in a position where 6 months from now, if someone said, why did you ask? So
Thank
we're
you.
asking that.
Okay, I understand, thank you. We're making sure we're not gonna get a supplemental bill that's gonna take the 219 over one of the other bids.
Well, I just have a question about, is there a time frame for this project? Because if we're waiting for private parties to agree, they may not agree right away. Is that correct?
That's correct, that's why I'm asking for this approval now.
Right, but, so it's possible, 219, if this private party doesn't come back and agree, let's say they don't come back for a year, 18 months, just, they may want to, they might need more than 200 months.
We may have to come back before you if the numbers change.
Yeah.
Correct.
But
hopefully that will not happen. That's
if
why
the numbers change, we'd also then have the option to put it out for a rebid.
Sure.
Right. I just want to make sure, Steve, everybody knows, understands.
So by accepting the bid, it's not binding on the township pending the outcome of this additional information.
That's exactly right.
Right.
Okay. That's been communicated to Haynes and Kimball House, and they understand that completely.
I don't believe it has yet, it's going to be after tonight.
As part of the agreement, yeah. Okay.
So I'll amend the motion to include the statement that Steve made regarding additional documentation that is required.
Can you explain that, Laura, what he said?
I'll revise my second.
He's lost.
All right, can I have a roll call?
Wait till I tell the pickleball story.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. De Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes. This is what
Ms.
township
Alcantara?
should do, is pave roads.
Ms. Alcantara? Motion passes 5-0.
Told you.
All right. 5D is discussion and possible action.
You still was asking where the pickles?
The June 3rd Bethlehem landfill PAD municipal waste inspection report. This was Jason's request.
Which one is this?
So what did you want to discuss on this report?
Yeah, what I wanted to discuss on this is, the three Democrats on this majority love to vilify the landfill. And here we have a report from DEP, and I know they like to second guess DEP and say that DEP isn't doing an adequate job, and they have their cronies call all the time. But there are, give me 1 second. Over 112 different categories here. And in each one of these categories include the following: daily general provisions, daily operations, cover, slopes, vegetation, revegetation, water quality protection, liner system, leachate treatment, record keeping and reporting, minerals and gas, recycling, special handling and residual wastes, bonding and insurance. Over 112 separate items have been inspected by the Pennsylvania DEP, and no violations or not applicable was found for each and every one of those. So every time they sit up here and they defame and they vilify the landfill, I would direct the public to consider not listening to these ladies, to look at what the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection, who have trained engineers and professionals who look at these things and are trained to look at these things, and their findings. And the findings are specifically that there is absolutely no violation or no problem with the landfill's operations. Their words are lies, they're dishonest, they have landfill derangement syndrome, and It's true, Priscilla, it's landfill derangement syndrome, I know, it's a big term.
Yeah, what are you saying?
I'm saying you have landfill derangement syndrome.
And why are you saying that?
Because we're talking about the landfill, and
It's
the
an
three of you
intern.
And
are
what is the
vilifying
purpose
the
of
landfill.
calling us that name?
No, I'm saying you have a syndrome.
Because you're
It's a syndrome.
And you're, you
sick.
can
I'm not trying to be
identify your
lost.
doctor.
No, I'm not. I
Okay.
never said I was.
No,
I don't pretend to be, and I have a
Gamble
TV
yourself.
show. But you have a you and others in this community have a landfill derangement syndrome, and you refuse to accept the reality of the way this landfill operates. And I would direct your attention, if I could, to most recently, the strike that occurred in Philadelphia. You see the images of mountains of trash that are piled up on sidewalks, and that is the community that you would want us to have if you are successful in stopping the landfill continued operations here. That pays a lot of money to the township, a lot of money. Money that you're gonna use to pave that road that we just talked about, the $219,000. Money that you're gonna use to pay for all sorts of things, the police, fire services, everything. So keep in mind, public, don't believe what they're telling you. Look to what the state government is telling you, because those people at least have some credibility in these issues.
Right, and now I'd like to be recognized.
Okay.
Yes, the Pennsylvania DEP, it's been, the Secretary of the DEP has been appointed by Josh Shapiro, Democrat, and has served, what, for going on, how many years now? A lot, it doesn't matter, and before that, it was Governor Wolf, also another Democrat. The DEP has no problems whatsoever with the Bedford landfill, is the bottom line. And, because they run a good company, they run a good company. And we should be grateful, to them that they take our trash at a reasonable price, and the cost of removing, garbage from our homes, is not exorbitant. Everybody's trash goes to a landfill. This is simply a not in my backyard issue for these people. And it's basically a not in my backyard for Victoria's parents issue. Although I guess did they sell, did they move that? No, they disclosed that there's a landfill to the suburbs. But regardless of that, you know, the landfill is about a third of our budget. I think it's close to $40 million since 1999 the township has received from the landfill. The expansion is approved. We will, by the courts, we will receive approximately another $80 million over the next 18 to 20 years. And that pays for our police, pays for our parks and paving roads and expansion. So I want to thank the landfill for, one, being a great community partner, and two, for running a very well-run landfill according to the real experts, which is the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection, not Priscilla, who hasn't worked for 40 years or whatever. She claims she's fatigued or something and collects benefits or did.
Can you keep your comments onto the subject? Your personal comments are not necessary at all.
And when you look at any of the calls, complaints, they like to their calls and complaints, it's always from the same address, the same people that they've ginned up. They're just, again, they're in the not my backyard camp. It's not that they don't put their trash, they do put the trash at the end of the driveway. I think they're so misled, they think it just disappears when the can's empty, but no, it goes to a landfill. And it's better to expand existing landfills than have to start new ones, which is exactly what would happen. And the DEP knows that, and I think eventually we'll get this expansion. Looking forward to many more years of the landfill doing business in the township. Okay. Oh, yeah, the other thing was, what was it, her email, so we got an email from Kathy Pitchell McGovern about, what was that, the trucks?
Trucks, claiming that all the trash trucks going to the landfill driving by our house shouldn't be driving on these roads.
Right.
Which is,
there's a limited number of trucks, just for residents to know. The host municipal agreement calls for limited hours of operation and a limited number of trucks every day. And there's nothing that I've seen where that's been violated, the hours of operation or the number of trucks being there. Now, and there are procedures, something that the public should also know. they'll complain about overweight trucks, but, the trucks are weighed when they come in, and if they're overweight, they usually give them a timeout, and they make them sit there for like, I believe it's an hour or something like that, before they can dump and be on their way to do whatever it is. And then second violations, there's a timeout or I think they prevent them from coming back for a week or so. We'll have to look at the host municipal inspection agreement to see what it says, but there are penalties when there's overweight trucks, and the landfill's not responsible for the overweight trucks. They're just taking what's in the overweight trucks, but it's better that they take what's in the overweight trucks than they refuse the overweight trucks, then they send the overweight trucks back out on our roads to find another landfill somewhere, or to take it somewhere else. So it's handled appropriately, it always has been. And, when you see these people with landfill drainage syndrome and whining, and you remember, they're not the experts. The Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection is the experts. These three clowns obviously know nothing. And, so thank you to the landfill for being a valued community partner.
Okay, Priscilla?
Yeah, thank you. So I'd like to bring your attention to page 8 of 17, under cover slopes revegetation, and the category is not determined, so not everything has no violation. And it reads, daily intermediate cover meets, and it gives the code, performance and design requirements, the code, and then it says remark. So this is added to their generic form that they use. Notices of violation were issued to VLC on February 8th, 2024 and February 10th, 2025, that both included a violation of 25 PA Code 273.233B1. VLC has responded to 2/8/2024 and 2/10/2024 NOVs. However, due to some continued flagging, odors observed in the southeast slope intermediate cover area, the violations remain outstanding until such time that VLC applies appropriate intermediate cover in accordance with 25 PA Code 273.233B-C. That's been going on since, if you want to use February 10th of 2025, all the way back to 2/8/2024. It's continued. This is supposed to be a professional company that's supposed to know how to run a landfill. And I bring your attention to page, and it starts with comments on page 14. And the conductor conducts, site tour. A moderate intermediate sewage odor was detected along Shimersville near the sewage treatment plant. A very light garbage and/or dead animal odor was detected along Johnston. It is noted that it was garbage collection day in Still City, which, to just jump in here, it's garbage collection day every day of the week in Still City because there's multiple garbage collectors. So, it's everywhere, yeah, exactly.
People generate trash.
Absolutely. So, and we allow private haulers to come in and collect trash as mom-pop businesses to support. A moderate intermediate landfill gas odor was detected along Apple Butter Road at 907 from Schwint's Yard to the storage lockers, and a light intermediate garbage odor was detected at the storage lockers. Upon return to this area at 9:17, the landfill gas odor was light and intermittent, I can't say that now, intermittent, and detected just near the storage lockers, and a light intermittent garbage odor was also detected near the storage lockers. A light intermittent landfill gas odor was detected along Sherry Hill Road near Aquabutter Road. And then it says, see the odor patrol logs. So since this inspection, there has been 9 complaints. And you have to understand that there's a radius surrounding this landfill. So of course it's gonna be the same people all the time in the complaint log because it's within that radius. That makes sense if you understand that. Then it goes on to say checklist comments. Line item 17. Let's see, remark. A notice of violation was issued on 2/8/2024 2024 that included, and I already said that, however, the violation remains outstanding, so I would think that's pretty clear
Can I
English.
just ask the officer to come over here because I'm being pushed by Mr. Carochi and I'm.
What are we doing? Can we sit in our seats
Inappropriate
like
for a
that?
council meeting. So I would appreciate if we just recognize people's personal space and that we not push each other in an aggressive way. So I'm just gonna make a public, I'm making a public complaint that I was being pushed aggressively by Mr. Carochi by using the council chair. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Priscilla. Go ahead.
Okay, so,
Just go, all right, stop being a child.
Jason, I have the floor.
Tell your colleague to stop being a child.
You stop being a child.
You first, all right? I'm telling you to stop being a child. So
And
you
this
speak,
is on page
you're really
15 or
fast.
17.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Let's see, continued gas odor. And BLC is reminded that cover shall meet the performance and design requirements. Again, this is a professional company that should know all this stuff. Need for additional flaring capacity when the gas to energy plant is not in operation. And then as I was going on to the checklist, it says, line item 22, remark, notices of violation were issued on February 8th, 2024 and February 10th, 2025, that both included a violation. BLC has responded, and however, the violation remains outstanding in several categories. Line item 52, remark, notices of violation were issued, that both include, I'm repeating myself, but this is continued in this report. You didn't read. Notice of violations were issued, due to the continued flagging and odors observed in the southeast intermediate cover area, violations remain outstanding until such time that they apply appropriate immediate cover in accordance with the law. Now, if they would do the cover, there probably would be less complaints about odors, but it's just simple operation of a landfill. So then, if you read it, I'm just gonna reiterate that there's gas issues in the southeast corner, there's cover issues that I explained, there's additional tarping that's needed that's not being done, continual flagging that's not being done, and odors in the southeast. So, these are definitely, problems, so, it's not a mockery sitting up here, but apparently my peers feel that way. But in addition, I'd like to take this opportunity to say that, I also received pictures from different residents about the vultures. There's definitely vultures, and there's large numbers of them that go on people's property and perch, and, they're picking at the roof, and they're doing a lot of things. Well, that's considered a complaint with DEP. So just like an odor complaint, so if you have issues with vultures, they're.
I wouldn't want picturing you, trust me. I don't want to picture.
Can I have some order here? Point of
One of
order.
your colleagues, she's trying to take pictures of us.
I already got you with the flag. So, vultures happen to be a federally protected species, which I do not know. And DEP, according to Roger Bellis, says that any complaints that you have regarding them on your property, take pictures and forward them to his office. And, or you want to make an oral complaint, you can call 866-255-5, can't read my writing, 5181. I have that up, sorry.
Get that number again, please.
That's not all.
Not done yet.
Stop.
Okay, the number is 866-255-5158. and it'll say, the message and, call back tomorrow. No, you wait, you wait on the phone and you wait and leave a message, so don't hang up and call the next day. Report whether it's an odor or you're complaining about the vultures. And if you discover a dead bird anywhere, you're supposed to call the Pennsylvania Game Commission, because they will come out and investigate to see if the animal's deceased.
Like the vultures in New York?
So, because that, they wanna track that.
The back to Port.
So, and the trash trucks, they're regulated by, I think, Jay, you sent an email about the map or something, did you send something out? About the trash collection area? Never mind, I must have sent another email, we get too many emails. We get a lot of emails, so.
You don't? You brought your email address to the township website, you don't get any emails.
The landfill, has a plan that they're supposed to follow for their trucks to deliver trash to the landfill. So they need to do that. And I guess that's all I have to say on that.
Thank God.
Thank you. Laura, can I be recognized?
For the record, it's not the landfill
Yes,
trucks.
Victoria.
Private truck.
So I just wanna reiterate the dog and pony show or the clown show that Mr. Benoist and Mr. Carochi decided to waste everybody's time with this evening. So the idea was that he would cherry pick, the idea was that he would cherry pick one of the DEP reports and try to argue that the DEP reports that say that the landfill does everything wonderful, there are no violations, everything's beautiful and wonderful. That's exactly what they wanted to try to do, but the problem is they can't even find one DEP report. That's the one that cites 2 ongoing violations that went on from February that highlight the odor issues. And we continuously hear he wants to try to blame residents. Oh, it's the residents, they come up with odors. They're just cherry picking things. It's the same residents, complainers, NIMBYs, not my backyard. The issue is if you read the DEP report, which I'm actually glad it's like part of the, it's part of our agenda this evening. Don't bother. Go to the
Dog and pony show, and now she's glad it's part of the agenda.
I'm glad that you were so,
One minute it was a dog and pony
oblivious
show.
that you didn't actually read the comments.
One minute it's a dog and
Because
pony
the
show, the next
comments-
minute she's
The
glad it's on the
comments,
agenda.
I mean, we had 2 of them tell you that the
That's a
DEP
psychological
knows what
disorder.
they're doing, and I would appreciate speaking the course. I'll wait till they're done. Are you both done? Because I'm gonna finish my
I'm trying to
comment
help you.
without being
I'm
interrupted.
trying to help you, Tom is using his mind as a weapon
Okay,
again.
well,
I don't want
I'm
him to do
gonna
that. He
sit
has a
and wait until you
Okay.
decide that you're gonna not
Move
interrupt.
on to the next
Well, that's
item.
that's disrespectful.
Were you speaking? Were you speaking?
So when you read the comments, we have 1 and 2 over here saying, hey, listen, these people are making up odor complaints, they're NIMBYs, they're all these people just trying to contrive issues with the landfill to make you all scared. What they didn't do was actually read, because if you read the comments, you'll see it's not somebody from the audience or somebody that has a biased opinion one way or the other about the landfill. It's a DEP inspector. And what does the DEP inspector, the one that Mr. Benoist, Mr. Carochi said, they're the best, they're so good, they do everything. Well, the DEP inspector is the one that identifies the continuous odor. They're the ones that identify the violation. I don't come up with the stuff, I just read what the DEP says. So I think it's ironic that Mr. Benoist and Mr. Carochi decided to put this on the agenda so we can highlight to you again why the landfill is a continuous issue in our township. It's sure they can come and bring us money, but what is the offset? At what point in time will people say, I don't want my township to be the garbage dump of the state? We have people arguing, oh no, you're not gonna have a place to put your garbage, it's gonna be like Philadelphia. That's what the 2 of them argue. Oh no, you're not gonna have a place to put your garbage. Newsflash, the Bethlehem landfill takes over 50% of their garbage from out of state. They're not here for our residents, they're here to make money off of out of state garbage. We have a Schrin landfill that's less than 2 miles away from the Bethlehem landfill. We also have the waste management landfill in Plainfield Township. 2 additional landfills in this county alone. So to argue that we're gonna run out of garbage space, and oh my goodness, if the Bethlehem landfill was a good neighbor, they would actually just limit their garbage to our municipality and maybe the surrounding communities like Hellertown, and then we wouldn't have to expand, because you know what? We wouldn't be accepting 70% of our garbage from New York and New Jersey, and then telling the township residents that they have to eat it next time we wanna do a big expansion. You can't have it both ways. Either you're gonna be a good neighbor and you're gonna do it responsibly, or we're gonna go off and just make money off of the backs of our township residents. I don't think anybody in this township wants to see half of our township cut off and becoming a garbage wasteland. I don't think we wanna have our Sandra Yerger Preserve become the smelling. I mean, you read the comments, it says that there's odor on Sherry Hill Road. Sherry Hill Road is less than a mile from the Lutz Franklin Schoolhouse and also the preserve. So if you think that you're not gonna have issues in our township and all of the places that we've put thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars in to preserve and make us a quality place for people to come, I don't know what you're smelling. But you're not smelling the landfill because you have nothing other, you have no other purpose other than to come here and tell people false information. So tell the truth, read the comments. I implore everybody to read every comment on every DEP report, because it's not gonna come from me or Priscilla or a resident. It's gonna come from the DEP knows and the DEP inspectors. And they're gonna be the ones that identify the ongoing violations. So thank you, Mr. Bononis, for highlighting the fact that we have at least 2 outstanding violations that have not been resolved, that deal with odor, that verify the odor is a DEP verified issue, and that we also have things with daily cover and vectors and everything else. So I appreciate it.
Right, so it went from just for the record, it went from a dog and pony show being on the agenda, to glad it was on the agenda, to ironic it's on the agenda. The other thing is, she claims to be an attorney, it's a violation of the interstate commerce laws, the US Constitution, to ban out-of-state trash. And she doesn't know that, she claims to be an attorney though. Again, for the record, it went from a dog and pony show was on the agenda, to glad it was on the agenda, to ironic it was on the agenda. She did that with her multiple personalities, in about 15 minutes, she did that with her multiple personalities. Again, a dog and pony show was on the agenda, glad it was on the agenda, to ironic.
Enough, we're done with the topic, we're moving on, we're taking no action on that. 5E, discussion and possible action on removal of Russell Sutton from EAC for repeated and flagrant violations of township ordinances.
I'm gonna make a motion to take no action on this agenda.
No, I make a motion that we remove Russ Sutton from the EAC. Second, that's the motion. That's the motion.
His motion was first.
No, it wasn't, no, and it wasn't seconded.
I seconded it.
No, it wasn't, Susie.
The motion came first from.
No, it didn't, it wasn't seconded.
The motion came first, and then that's what's before the floor, then it was seconded.
I didn't know
That's
that.
the motion before you.
So here's from our own township manager, Mr. Sutton, of his own doing, hired a contractor to remove numerous, perhaps as many as 15 to 20 trees, which he claimed, again, not verified by anybody else, he claims were dead, dying, or diseased. He did all of this, again, this is from our township manager, Mr. Finnegan. He, meaning Mr. Sutton, did all this without filing for the appropriate permits. He needed to file an earth moving permit for the areas of the tree removal, which he did not. Subsequently, he hired a land services company to submit a plan, and we'll talk about the plan later. But we then have a memo from Mr. Finnegan, from Tyler Mitch to Mr. Finnegan, and it conveniently leaves that part out. Okay, that's what happened first. Okay, what happened first was Mr. Sutton, of his own doing, hired a contractor to remove 15 or 20 trees that he claimed were dead or dying. The neighbors dispute that, I mean. He did it without filing the appropriate permits. Well, how does Mr. Mitch's memo start? On February 10th, 2025, Mr. Solangen filed a complaint regarding the trees that were cut. That's not the first thing that happened. The first thing that happened was just as Mr. Finnegan said in his email, Mr. Sutton cut down the 50 or 20 trees without a permit. That's the first thing that happened. Not that Mr. Solange made a complaint on February 10th. Did you even ask when the trees were cut down? Todd?
Excuse me, Diane Hollowell is trying to harass, it appears trying to harass Mr. Goulet. I'm leaning over and saying things to her, I don't know what's going on here. She's trying to sit next to us, calling all over
I
the
think we
audience.
have audience members shouting out of turn also, so maybe we should just have an order for everybody in the audience.
Or get control of the meeting, there's a woman who just walked in, who was
There's a woman
approaching
that
Mr.
just shouted and
Goulet.
screamed.
Then
We have lots
now
of
she's
things
following,
happening
then
in
she's
the
leaning over and saying,
Okay.
she clearly doesn't want to be bothered
So-
by this. So get control and pay attention to what's going on in the audience, so people are not harassed.
All right, so Mr. Mitch,
Start with
Mr. Mitch,
Shut up.
when did Mr. Sutton cut down the 15 to 20 trees?
Wait, I missed what Mr. Benoit said. He
I
had
said,
something
please
very
shut up.
important.
I asked her, please shut up so I can hear Mr.
Yeah,
Boulet.
okay. Can you repeat your response, because Victoria was talking?
That wasn't made clear to me the exact day. I know that they were working on February 10th or possibly the day before, but I don't know the exact day it started.
But that was the first thing that happened chronologically in the story.
Sure, yeah.
But it's not the first thing on your memo, is it?
No, the memo serves to have the timeline that I'm aware of. I can't really include the days and times of the actions that I'm not aware of.
But you went out there, when did you go out there? Did you go out there February 10th?
No,
When did you first go out there?
I'm sure it's in the memo.
I don't see it in the memo. If it is,
I don't
missed it.
recall the day, I mean, I did go out there, I don't recall the day though.
But you'll admit the trees were either being cut down or completely cut down by February 10th of 2025.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so, and then, Mr. Sutton and you were in a lot of contact, is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
In fact, our township manager says, after numerous iterations at the request of Tyler Mitch, a plan was submitted and attached for review. So you spoke to him numerous times, says numerous iterations here,
Yep.
that he had to submit a plan.
Right.
Right. And why do you think he didn't have to submit a plan? Why? Yeah.
Why do I think he did?
No, what was Mr. Sutton's excuse for not submitting a plan previously to cutting the trees?
I don't recall if he actually had an excuse. I believe he just said that he didn't believe that he needed a permit to cut down trees.
And he's on the EDAC. And he tells other people they can't cut down trees or they can't do this or that or no problems.
I suppose, I don't know what he claims.
Right, right. So, and he's a big supporter of the three Democrats up here. All right, so, the other part is, and then our township manager says, as you can see, the plan is deficient in many ways. I think the plan was attached to this email, some of the plans attached to this email.
Yeah.
Is that your conclusion as well? That the plan was deficient in many ways?
Yes.
Can you explain some of the many ways?
The two main ways that we're still dealing with are having the portion that was disturbed by removing the trees counted into the limit of disturbance. So when you're calculating the square footage that kicks in needing a grading permit, it's done by limit of disturbance. Typically, removal of a tree would be exempt from the ordinance because it's considered an agricultural activity, but if it's in conjunction with a building permit, it does kick in that requirement. So that's the first issue, is getting that entire area counted as the limit of disturbance. The second issue is the entryway onto the property. They're proposing to enter in off of Snyder Avenue, and the portion that they're proposing, they would have to clear out some trees and some foliage in order to actually access that section. So Jay had made the determination that they would not be able to do that because that's still considered the township's right of way. It's not on Mr. Sutton's property. So he would have to clear part of township property in order to access his property.
And did you start clearing?
The last time that we went out, maybe 2 weeks ago, no, there was no clearing.
Has there been any disturbance on township property
No, I don't.
at this point?
I don't believe so, no.
Since the last time you were out there?
Right. Yeah.
Can you give us give the public because the public doesn't know anything. Give the public a sense of how much he disturbed and how much over the limit he was.
On a property of his size of less than 2 acres, I would have to look at the ordinance, but I believe it's something like 1,000 or 2,000 square feet that would kick in grading, and not counting the limited disturbance that he has on the plan labeled right now is something like 6,500, and that's not counting the additional areas that myself and Brian are requesting he include. So that kind of gives you the general gist of it.
So he disturbed, is it fair to say he disturbed a substantial amount over what was allowed?
Yes.
Substantial by how many thousand square feet?
You're looking at right now probably 5,000 to 6,000 on the calculation right now.
Over the
limit that it would kick in grade.
So he disturbed this member of the EAC who tells other people they can't disturb land. He himself disturbed over 5,000 to 6,000 square feet that he was not allowed to disturb without a permit or an exception to our ordinances.
Right, yeah, he would have to obtain the grading permit in order to do that, and he has yet to actually obtain that grading.
And this would be 5,000 to 6,000 over the allowed amount.
Yeah,
And he's done it, it's done.
Right, yes.
It's done, it's already disturbed.
Yeah, it's the amount that would kick in the grading, so it's not necessarily that he couldn't disturb that area, it's that he did it without going through the grading permit first, where Brian and his team can do a proper review to make sure that there's no adverse effects on his neighbors.
Right. And then also from Mr. Finnegan's email on July 2nd, 2025 at 8:21 in the morning. Mr. Sutton continually contacts staff wanting his permits and also calls Brian Coker at Hanover Engineering, leaving numerous messages. Now, you told him the plan is deficient in many ways. And because he doesn't think the plan should apply to him, because he's on EAC and he's a Democrat, Mr. Sutton continually contacts staff wanting his permits and also calls Brian Coker at Hanover Engineering. Now, when he calls staff, obviously township residents are paying staff to answer his calls and to deal with them, right?
Sure.
And then he's also calling Mr. Coker, who builds the township, when he calls. And yet he's been informed, because it comes up earlier in the thing, that the plan has been deficient in many ways. Has he called you, since he's been notified that his plan has been deficient in many ways, well, how many times has he called you? Would you estimate?
Probably
100?
I wouldn't say 100, probably 2 or 3.
That's it?
Since he's
Emails?
2 or 3 times since he submitted the plan, which was maybe a month ago.
Okay, well, how many? This email is dated July 2nd. How many times since July 2nd have you spoken? Have you spoken? Because every time you speak
I've spoken to him since July 2nd, but he did call me. So
okay, how many times since February 10th when Mr. Solangen made the original complaint?
I couldn't tell you the amount of times.
Over 20?
Over 20, yes.
Over 30?
Over 30. Sure.
Over 40?
Sure, over 40. Now, I've spoken to him a good amount of times.
40 or 50? And you work for a company that builds the township, correct? And then you bill for your time, right? As right?
Yep.
Your company bills for your time, and the township has paid your bills, correct?
Yeah. To my knowledge.
We're up to date? We're up to date on the bills, Jay?
That would be an accurate statement.
Okay, so over 40 calls by your own account. Township residents have had to pay for this guy in EAC who's been told your plan is deficient in many ways. 40 phone calls, and this guy is still calling staff. What other staff has he called that you're aware of?
I believe that he's called Jay before. As you attested to, he's called Brian. You know that.
Right, we got Brian on this, that's phone rate. Mr. Finnegan, how many conversations since February 10th that you approximately have you had with Mr. Sutton?
I've had at least 3 email communications with Mr. Sutton. I can tell you, reference to Mr. Cocker, Mr. Cocker has forwarded the voicemails Mr. Sutton left. Mr. Cocker has not picked up the phone and talked to Mr. Sutton.
So to your knowledge, he hasn't billed us, even though he listened to those emails, though. which takes time, so, and then he forwarded it. Do we know how many times there were forwarded emails?
I have 3 forwarded emails.
Okay. Now,
Voicemails.
and how many phone calls to you since February 10th? From either Mr. Coker or Mr. Sutton?
Mr. Cucker has not called me to discuss this.
Right.
Over a telephone, he has forwarded electronically the voicemails.
Mm-hmm.
And I have had 2 or 3 email communications with Mr. Sutton as a result of voicemails left for me, because I believe if you respond electronically, there's a paper trail, and therefore,
Okay.
my words.
All right, so you're also billing the township by the hour. How many visits have you made to Mr. Sutton's property or Mr. Solange's property?
How many?
Visits, site visits.
I think I'm probably up to 4 site visits.
So 4 site visits that you bill the township, you're regular rate for. Right, and how long do those visits last?
I would say the first one, we were with the neighbors, and that was probably half hour, 45 minutes.
And Mr. Mitch was with you on all these things?
Mr. Mitch was with me.
Also billing the township residents, township taxpayers for his time, correct?
Had occasion that I've referencing, the 45-minute visit was with his neighbors, and Mr. Mitch was with me. My 3 other visits have been by myself.
Okay. All right, so now we have Mr. Mitch, Mr. Coker, and our township manager spending time on that, this costing township taxpayer money. For Mr. Sutton, who clearly violated our ordinances and is still contacting staff. Mr. Finnegan, what other staff has Mr. Sutton contacted? You say in your letter, continues to contact staff wanting his permits. So who has he called? Has he talked to Molly? Has he talked to Stacy?
He's been in the office and talked to the receptionist, and he's also talked to Molly. I do not believe Carol or Stacy, to the best of my knowledge, have had a conversation with him.
How many times has he been to the office regarding this matter since February 10th, 2025?
I can only comment since I started, and I believe it's 3 or 4 times.
Okay, so, he continually wants his permits. Can I ask, under what rationale does he want the permits, Mr. Mitch?
I don't think I can attest to his rationale as to why he should have his permits.
There is no rationale for it.
Why is there no rationale for this?
He hasn't really given a coherent reason as to why he should be able to avoid the processes that we've explained to him.
He just expects he can avoid the process because he's a member of EAC and he has 3 Democratic friends on council.
He's never said that to me, but.
What is your thought on that? What is your insight? He's never said it. He's never said it.
My insight as to why he thinks that he shouldn't have to get permits.
Yes.
Or anything. Sometimes residents say things like that because they don't fully understand the requirements of the ordinance.
But he's been explained to that already. And he's still continuing over 40 times, and he's still continually. You said you had 40 phone calls with him, and I assume you explained that.
I mean, I had, about 30 interactions.
Okay.
All the phone calls, emails, and I'm also talking about, when I spoke to his contractors, and
Okay.
I explained all this stuff to everybody as well.
Right, but he still continues to call.
Right.
I mean, I assume you explained that to him in one of your first 3, 4, 5 conversations with him.
Right.
That he needed a permit.
Yeah.
But yet there are 35 other communications. So why does he think he should be allowed to do this without a permit? Or should just be issued his permit?
He's never really given me a reason as to why.
He just doesn't think it should apply to him.
I suppose.
Yeah. Suppose, right, that's what I suppose too. It's not a wild, explanation or anything like that. I think you're right. So this person should not be sitting in judgment of other people when they come before the EAC with plans to do something, whether it's the 21 apartments across the street there that's going to need some variances, do some disturbing of of property, he doesn't think it applies to him. Because he thinks he has 3 Democratic friends on council, and they're not gonna remove them. If someone should clearly be removed, it should be this guy. We remove people for not attending meetings. This guy says the hell with township ordinances, the hell with disturbing 5,000 more square feet than I should have. I'm gonna do it, and I deserve to do it, and that's it. And I imagine they're not gonna vote not to remove him. In fact, the motion that Victoria tried that thing before I got mine in, they clearly want to protect him. So they'll protect, what they're telling you tonight is, if you're a Democrat, support them. They'll protect you in whatever you want to do, and let you serve on boards that judge others, especially since you have their point of view. They won't remove you, but they won't remove you. So it's hypocritical, it's false. Now there's another thing here. It says Mr. Sutton's backyard, based on my last visual inspection, and this is again from Mr. Finnegan, so did his visual, has tree trunks and debris laying all over his rear yard, a township paper street, and at least one neighbor's property. So how did the tree trunks, he put the email says trucks, but I think he meant trunks. I think he meant tree trunks and debris laying all over his rear yard. Now, how did that get there? Did Mr. Sutton put that there?
I would assume that he was the one.
Or his landscaping company that did it for him, right?
Yeah.
But at his direction, and the township didn't give him permission to put tree trunks and debris over a township paper street, is that correct?
That's correct.
He has no permission to do that.
Right.
And this is the last inspection, it hasn't been removed yet.
To my knowledge, no.
Have we asked him to remove it?
No.
Why not?
He can't remove it because we have not issued a permit that he can continue the process of what he's attempting to do until he gets a grading permit and a permit to install his solar panels.
So now because he doesn't have a permit, we have a township paper street blocked with tree trucks and debris, is that correct?
That would be an accurate statement, but the paper street is also, has trees growing up in it. And some of the calipers, I would say, are about 3 feet wide, so, it's not really blocking any public access.
No, Mr. Slangen's children ride their bikes out that way, out that side. Isn't Mr. Slangen's house there?
Not where the trees would be laying, the trees are laying between.
Just because it's 3 feet doesn't mean people don't walk and ride bikes, is that correct?
Where the trees are laying are not between Mr. Solangen's property and Mr. Sutton's. It would be between Mr. Sutton's and the gentleman that we visited, Rick, whoever, I can't remember Rick's last
But
name.
Mr. Finnegan, your July 2nd email says, Mr. Sutton's backyard, based on my last visual inspection, has tree trunks and debris laying all over his rear yard, comma, a township paper street, and at least one neighbor's property.
That is
Now, you're just
correct.
saying,
That is correct, the papers.
what neighbor's property is that? Is that Mr. Slangen's property?
No, it's the neighbor whose first name is Rick. Do you remember the gentleman's last name?
No, I don't remember his last name.
Mr. Solangen's property would be to the east of west of Mr. Sutton's, and this individual's would be north of Mr. Sutton's property.
Okay. And then you end this email with, Mr. Sutton's actions are self-imposed, and Mr. Sutton's actions are self-imposed, and he's being treated the same as all applicants. You wanted to share this information, so there's where we stand on the issue, and everyone has the same understanding. At a minimum, and again, they won't do it because they're this guy's a political supporter of them, so they won't do it. At a minimum, this guy should be suspended from EAC until all of this is done. He either gets his permits and submits a plan to the township. There's no reason this guy should be judging others and what they're doing and making recommendations to this council when he blatantly refuses to abide by township ordinances. On your memo, let me see here. I have a question on your memo then. So we're on other concern that February 10th, the trees were cut down on or near February 10th. So now we're ending July and this process is still ongoing. And Mr. Sutton came to an earlier township meeting. He's not here tonight, for the record. Mr. Sutton's not here tonight, although he had plenty of well, I mean, listen, I may be taking some of Mr. Mitch's time that he is billing the township for, but I'm not contacting him 40 times. This is my first discussion with him. So, I can contact him 40 different times and bill the township on that. So give me a little leeway here. Give me a little leeway here. Give me a little leeway here. And this is the first conversation we've really had on this.
We're gonna be running a whole book.
The longer I'm gonna go, the more she cuts me off, the more I'm gonna talk. You can gavel all you want. You can gavel all you want. You can gavel all you want. I can take my
Micromanaging the zoning department.
You're right. I'm not asking. It's not micromanaging the zoning. This is about a guy on the EAC that's judging others. Now, Mr. Sutton, they make recommendations. Mr. Sutton did attend an earlier meeting, and you had an interaction with him out in the hallway? And what was that interaction about?
He was asking about what he needed to do to get permits.
Okay. And that would have been in February or March?
Somewhere around there. Yeah, I don't recall the exact date of the event, but yes.
So your memo goes from February 10th, although we know the trees were cut down before that, to now, it goes all the way to July 11th. And Mr. Sutton had an attorney, and he changed attorneys. His new attorney is Mr. Asti, right? Who didn't he represent Victoria and her family in the landfill lawsuit? If I'm mistaken, please correct me. I think he was. Yeah. So now he's hired an attorney who is politically aligned with the three Democrats on council to try and get this resolved. And is a friend of Ms. Optoff Cordero and is representing her parents. So we have a conflict there too, I think. So Mr. Sutton, so a grading permit application was sent over to Henner Engineering for review. That was on June 10th. What was Mr. Sutton's response to that? Or his attorney's response to that? Hanover Engineering sent over a grant permit application, something he should have done in early February or January. Right. So they sent one on June 10th. Now you had been advising him he needs to make a permit application way before June 10th, would you? Right. You've been in contact with him. Yeah. So I mean, part of these 35 to 40 calls, we're probably talking about a permit application that he has to file, right? Yeah. Right, okay. And he refused to pick one up, or did you give him one, or?
I had the application sheets, to my knowledge, they're on the website, and, I don't know why.
Can I just have a point of order, because I think these questions have all been asked. You went through the whole timeline from February to now, you asked them a lot of questions. Can we just get to the point of wherever you're trying to make,
right.
And then.
I have one more point, then I think Jason has one. So Mr. Finnegan informed Mr. Asti that access was virtually impossible and would not be permitted at this time. And that's access for what, Mr. Finnegan?
The plans that were submitted with the grading permit do not definitively outline whose property is whose property. So, as pointed out in Hanover Engineering's letter, June 27th, on page 3 under general comments, applicant shall demonstrate if they have allowable use of Snyder Avenue access. So they need to satisfactorily answer that question for Hanover Engineering based on meets and bounds where Mr. Sutton's property aligns with Paper Street.
Well, in closing, I want to say I'm sorry the township staff has been badgered by Mr. Sutton, and I'm sorry the township residents have had to pay a lot of tax dollars for a matter that he should have just filed a permit for and have plans that met our ordinances or asked for an exception to the ordinances. But to have a guy like this making recommendations on what other people can do on their properties to council as a member of EAC, he should be removed from EAC or at a minimum suspended until he gets this all under control. And you know, the three Democrats here will defend him because, you know, he's hired an attorney they like, he votes the way they want him to on EAC, he supports them on the landfill, you know, and all this nonsense. But it's a disgrace. He should be removed from really all township.
Okay,
All
so
towns. He's on Parks and
about 5 times
Recreation,
already.
too. He
Let's
should
move
also be
on.
removed from that as well. No, Jason's turn now, so.
That's what I said, let's move on. Yes.
Well, we heard public comment from Professor Drew Germanowski, and I would like to ask him a question, but he seems to have skipped out of here to avoid the heat after he tried to cascade for Russ Sutton.
People don't
And
come
he-
here to
he's the
be
same-
grilled.
Would you stop interrupting me, please?
Can we just keep your comments without insulting people? How about that?
He's the one who knifed Sandy
I was
Yerger
about to
in the
say
back
so.
figuratively, and removed her from the EAC.
Sandy
We have
wasn't right.
Jennifer Helton here from the EAC. She's sitting over here in T-Mac blue corner with Chad Hamburger and Chad Hamburger. Maybe she could tell us what the role of EAC is.
No, this is not the place for you to ask people questions.
All right, then I'll answer the question myself. In
We're not in
Pennsylvania,
court.
environmental advisory committees exist as part of many municipal governments and are made up of appointed volunteer members that work specifically on environmental issues. And just get away from me. Get out of my personal space, you disgusting person. Get out of my space. Get out of my space and stop interrupting me.
If you are reading from our township or just something off of like ChatGPT.
Go to the podium. She's a child. You're so unprofessional.
I'm just pointing out, that if we're gonna be reading rules, I think where we started with is what the township rules are. And he's picking
You're
something
acting
off
like
of,
a
you know,
child.
like Google search.
Start over. You're acting like a
Google
child.
search.
You're acting like a child.
It's a Google search. I mean, ChatGPT, which one is it that made it be the?
Okay, let's.
You won't say anything to her. You won't say anything to her.
We're gonna have a recess soon, and you can sit down and stop there, mister.
Tom, can you hear me? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So I'll start again before I was so rudely interrupted by
Childish, a child.
Pennsylvania environmental advisory committees exist as part of many municipal governments and are made up of appointed volunteer members that work specifically on environmental and sustainability issues. The committee's main function is to advise elected officials like a city council or board of supervisors on issues affecting the natural resources within the municipality.
Read from chat.
Shut up.
Okay, so.
I'm not done interrupting you before.
He had to leave it because she wouldn't let she was bad.
I'm not done interrupting you before. So that's the purpose of the EAC, and it's very clear to me that Mr. Sutton does not have the requisite qualifications to serve in that capacity. It's a volunteer position, and he admittedly has violated the township ordinances that has required extensive township resources to be devoted to his nonsense. And not only that, we have this memo that, Tyler, you were kind enough to put together. Not only did you approach, so Mr. Sutton started this nonsense in or around early February of 2025. And you had some interaction with him with regard to that. And what does he do on March 7, 2015, less than a few weeks after you got involved in this? You go out, you visit the property, and you find that Mr. Sutton had performed more work without a permit. And a stop work order was issued because of what your findings were. So not only did he violate it, he gave the collective middle finger to the township, and then you had to issue a stop order because he gave the middle finger to the township and said, I'm not gonna listen to what you're telling me to do, I'm gonna do whatever the hell I wanna do, because I know I've covered from these three clowns that are in this council. So then we also have February 19, 2015, you, Tyler, to your credit, notified Nick DiPaolo of the Northampton County Conservation District of the activity on Mr. Sutton's property, and he indicated that a field inspection would be performed. Now, it's interesting here, right? So you're the one serving your role as the township zoning officer, and you're the one that notifies them. But if you go back, if you remember folks, if you go back in time here, it's not that far long ago, what does Priscilla do? Because her neighbor Rocky Vecino has activity on his property that's legal. She goes out and she contacts the conservation district to try to get her neighbor in trouble, but she won't go after Russ Sutton, who is clearly in violation of the township ordinances here. She sits on her hand with her mouth shut and doesn't do anything about it, but when it's somebody that she doesn't like, for political reasons or whatever, she's quick to pick up the phone and call the conservation district to try to weaponize them, okay? I am on topic, so shut up. Would you stop, would you just shut your ignorant mouth?
You know when she interrupts.
Can you stop your ignorant mouth? So I'm touching your nerves. Right, interrupting me over here. So then what do you have? You got Priscilla, while Jay Finnegan, just a few weeks ago, was on vacation. And what is she doing? Well, she knows Jay's on vacation. And what's she doing? She's emailing about a porta potty in Polk Valley that's back at the top.
You know what, we're
And I'm
way
not
off
done. No,
topic,
you're not
and you are not making a point.
Yeah, I'm
Make
making,
your point
here's the
and
point,
let's
here's
get
the point.
moving on.
Here's the point, so shut your mouth too.
There is no
Shut your
point.
mouth and let me finish making my point
You
because
can
you don't
stop
like it.
telling me to shut
You
my
can
mouth,
stop interrupting me
okay?
because you're
I'm running
ignorant,
the meeting.
you're an ignorant,
Make
rude
your
person,
point.
stop interrupting
Say
me.
that again?
You're an ignorant, rude person, stop
And why
interrupting
do
me.
you say that to me?
Because you are ignorant and rude and you keep
Are
interrupting
you
me.
trying to hurt my feelings?
No, I'm trying to get you to shut your mouth so you can finish
Are you
speaking.
proud of your words?
No, I'm actually embarrassed to be sitting up here with you because I think you're an ignorant, rude person.
Okay, great.
So getting
Make
back
your
to Jay
point.
Finnegan.
You're not intelligent enough to understand this.
While Jay's on vacation, Priscilla sends a message to Jay.
Can I
There's a
just call-
crisis.
I'm gonna call
There's a
for
crisis
order
with.
again because
There's a
we're
crisis
off
with
topic.
vultures. There's vultures on the loose in Steel City. And why are there vultures on the loose?
Okay, now we're talking about other topics
not.
again.
No, we're
Yes,
not.
you
No,
are.
we're
You're
not.
talking
No,
about
we're not.
vultures, you're
Because Russ
talking
Sutton
about
came here.
porta potties.
No, I'm talking about the vultures because the vultures roost in trees and the vultures weren't a problem until Russ Sutton cut down the trees.
Vultures and porta potties and nothing to do
That's
with
the
this
issue.
agenda item.
That is not the
It
issue.
is.
in the
How do you know? Are you
vultures.
an aviary
I've
expert?
seen
You know
plenty
about,
of
oh, now
vulture
you're an expert, you're an
pictures
IT
over the
expert,
years,
and now you're a
okay?
vulture expert.
We're
What else are
moving
you?
on.
No, we're not moving on. I'm not done. I'm not done here. I'm not done here. So you have a member of council taking up the township manager's time while he's on vacation. While he's on vacation complaining about vultures that are in the area because this guy cut down the trees where they live. The guy cut down the trees where the vultures live. They were never problems for this guy.
At the right motion, we're taking a roll call on a motion to not take an action to remove Russ Sutton from EAC.
That's it. Shut it down when you don't like it. Cover it up for Russ Sutton. Cover it up for your buddy, the law action. Put signs over here with your collective landfill arrangement syndrome. That's what it is, your landfill arrangement syndrome, and you'll provide cover for him. Clowns. You people are so dirty and so transparent.
So much
You know,
time
I think
here.
you look like that picture I saw of the porta potty at Polk Valley.
Let's get it
When I
on.
look at that, I think of you. It's a spitting image of the three of you.
Yes.
I thought it was my,
The three of you.
my
So
motion
next
was
to that,
on
I
the
see
floor.
your neck.
It's
Here's
not
yours.
removed.
No, we're
Then what was the motion? Then what was the
Ms.
motion?
Gray.
What's the
You
motion?
voted yes.
You voted yes to remove?
Mr. Manonis.
To remove Russ Sutton? I'll vote
No,
yes.
the motion is to not take any action.
No action.
That wasn't seconded. Who seconded it?
I did, so
I
that's
already
10
did.
times.
Not before my motion.
These firefighters are covered up. I'll never vote for their cover up. Transparency.
Cover up.
And a no.
The answer's a no.
Remember,
Thank you.
and remember, there's a candidate out here that supports the cover up. His name is Chuck Heinbuckler.
For the public's benefit, I would have loved to.
Remember when you vote. Remember when you vote. Remember when you vote in December, they're gonna cover it up. Cover it
We're
up.
finishing the roll call.
Motion passes 3-2.
You're welcome, Mr. Sutton, if you're watching out there, thank your friends.
Yeah.
Thank your friends for covering up, we keep cutting down those trees.
Yeah, keep cutting
Nothing
them down.
will happen to you.
And you
And everybody
quiet.
else, do whatever the hell you want.
You vote
Do whatever the hell you want, there are no rules.
We are moving
Rules
on.
for me, not for thee.
Item 5F, reimbursement of insurance deductible to Zena and Associates for an alleged Sunshine Act violation.
In court file number 48C3 2024-4294, I was sued in my official capacity as Lower Saucon Township Solicitor. The the township obtained.
Mr. Gazuzian, you are not close enough to the microphone.
Thank you. In docket number 48CV 2024-4294, I was sued in my official capacity as the Lower Saucon Township Solicitor. The township was also sued. Township obtained counsel. I was required or forced to obtain separate counsel through my insurance coverage. I paid a $2,500 deductible. As part of the case, the court found in favor of both myself as the solicitor as well as the township. There was a court order which has been part of the packet that's before you that was filed on May 14, 2025. I had to pay out of my own pocket the $2,500 deductible. I'm requesting that the township reimburse me for the $2,500 deductible that was paid.
I'll make that motion.
Well, second.
Can I be recognized, Laura?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that it's, I
We
think,
can go whenever I feel like.
I think it's imperative to just kind of do a quick review of how we get to this place when we talk about things, instead of, you know, attacking residents and cherry picking people and trying to make examples of them. I mean, there's lots of people in our township that have different various zoning and codes violations, and we don't waste the township council's time and our staff's time and money to bring them each here before us and, you know, hang them with a noose. I don't do that. Some people on, some people on our council want to waste your time with that. But when we look at this, you know, from the very beginning, it was, again, another dog and pony show by Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi coming out here and crying wolf. Oh no, residents, the township did something wrong. I'm not gonna represent you. I'm not gonna be a council person. I'm gonna tell you to sue us. Sue us every time. Every time I get a chance, the second word out of my mouth is sue me, sue the township. Because we wanna drive up legal fees. We wanna waste people's time. We wanna churn everything in the court system. We don't actually want to represent our residents. So what happened? Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi came out here and put on a big production. It was a spectacle. It needs an Academy Award, claiming that there was some kind of sunshine violation, and because they just love the landfill and they always like to feed them, they like to feed them like, speculation and things. They feed them and say, you should sue us, landfill, because they just violated stuff and you should sue us. So, shocker, because, I mean, every time Mr. Benonis says sue somebody, he gets the landfill to come and sue us. So he likes to bring on litigation to the township. He likes to cost us money. So when he came out here, it's part of a public meeting, Mr. Benonis, you came out here and said you should sue us because there was a violation.
I had the township, I had the landfill.
So you said that in a public meeting.
Liar.
So as we move forward, I can't wait. As we move forward, it's, again, the landfill sues us because Mr. Benonis claimed there was a sunshine violation, and guess what? It was laughed out of court. I know, they don't like to keep everything transparent here, but what's happening is he wants to drive our litigation costs, waste your taxpayer dollars on costing our attorneys to do things, because he claims things that happened that never happened. There was never a sunshine violation. The court affirmed that any claim that the landfill had was moot. And in addition to that, it was unheard of that any landfill would actually, litigant equals landfill. Any litigant would actually sue a solicitor for actions taken by its governing body. So they went after Mr. Gazuzian, I don't know why, but Mr. Gazuzian had to defend himself in his individual capacity in addition to representing the township. So the court threw that out. The funny thing is, just a couple months ago, I think when Mr. Benonis actually attended the council meeting, because he didn't attend last council meeting, but the one before that, he started claiming, he was upset that, of course, these allegations were unfounded and that was thrown out of court. That was a decision in May by Judge Corey. So what did he do? He came out here and said, it's appealable, make sure you appeal, go ahead, appeal. And what happened? You did. So it was during the council meeting. I'm sure we'll pull up the minutes. So when that happened, what happened? They didn't actually appeal because it's what's called an interlocutory order. So what everybody should know is You can't just appeal a decision that's in the middle of litigation. You have to wait till it's a final order. But they didn't do that. The landfill withdrew their complaint without prejudice. They didn't ask for a decision of finality from the court, Judge Corey, and they appealed. Well, shocker, we just got notice that in fact, the whole thing is gonna get thrown out because they didn't follow procedure. So they're appealing again on something that's gonna get thrown out of court, and the judge has indicated they didn't ask for a decision of finality, that his opinion was interlocutory, and that the case should have moved forward, but they didn't file an amended complaint either. Bottom line is, we're churning legal fees. Mr. Bononis is, he likes to talk about how he's Mr. Fancy Lawyer and all this stuff. He likes to, help all of his friends out. I guess he likes to help everybody because he's always telling everybody to sue. So here we go, another appeal, another claim by Mr. Bononis that's clearly not correct. We see that Judge Corey ruled against the landfill, and I think it's appropriate that we reimburse our staff for their time that they had to waste on the allegations that Mr. Bononis did that he didn't get his Academy Award for. That's what I have to say. So everybody should know, we're winning and Mr. Bononis is not. He's costing us money, so we can't wait for when he's off council.
I'll make a point of clarity, we didn't sue anybody in the landfill.
Okay.
Right now, you're recognized.
May I be recognized?
I heard 3 people trying to talk at the same
May I be
time.
recognized? May I be recognized? Can you hear me? You're looking at me with that blank, dull stare. May I be recognized, Laura? Can you hear me and see me? I'm asking, may I be recognized? You're just looking through me.
I can go
Are
in
you having
whatever
this
order I
spell
want.
on you?
Maybe if they're badgering you, you don't have to recognize
You
them.
go next.
Thank you for recognizing me and understanding the question. It's very simple. May I be recognized? Mr. Gutsuzian, am I a party in the litigation against you?
You are not a named party.
Correct. Who is the named party in the litigation against you in the township?
At 2024-04-292, it's the Bethlehem Landfill Company.
Correct. I am not employed by the Bethlehem Landfill Company, am I?
I don't know.
Do I work for the Bethlehem Landfill Company?
I have no idea.
Have I ever disclosed that on my conflict report, that I work for the Bethlehem Landfill Company?
I've never read your conflict report.
Okay. Jay, you have my conflict report. Am I employed by the Bethlehem Landfill Company?
Mr. Bononis, I have not read your conflict report either.
Okay. Well, I can assure you that I'm not, all right? I'm not. So that's a lie, all right? So, second of all, the order that was entered in this case, that was not a final order, was it, Mr. Gutsuzian?
Are you asking me my legal opinion as to whether it was? Because it was an order.
Was it a final order?
It was an order.
Was it a final order that is appealable?
According to Judge Corey? No.
Okay. Is that being challenged by the landfill?
The case is on appeal.
Okay, so the case is on appeal, so it's not a final order. Okay, thank you.
No. Yeah, case is on appeal.
That's, it's not final.
So it is a final order then?
No.
It's on appeal.
One can appeal an order, and then whether it's a final order is a subsequent determination.
So we can be clear that it's on appeal. So you're asking for reimbursement before this case has been fully disposed of, is that correct?
I'm asking for reimbursement in accordance with the judge's order dated that was filed May 14th.
And the case has not been
And
fully
then,
disposed
pardon
of?
me, sir, and then the subsequent one that was filed, I believe, a day or 2 after that.
If and when you are found to be liable in this case for the landfill's damages in whole or in part, and assuming that these 3 ladies will be reimbursing you for your fees because they like to provide cover for you, will you agree to return to the township the $2,500 that they will likely be giving to you?
No.
Okay. Why not?
No. Simple as that.
No. So you're gonna take the money, and if you're found to be liable, you're still not gonna give the money back. Is that what you're saying?
Answer is still the same, sir.
Okay. Same answer. So, Jay, you were kind enough to provide to us a summary here. Jay, you were kind enough to provide the summary, this spreadsheet, and I think this was requested by Victoria. And this asks for total legal spend by the township.
It was me, Jason.
Oh, okay. And you two are so alike, it's hard to keep
You missed
track.
the email.
Yeah. So this request for the total legal spend in 2025 year to date, that would be through June 30th, Jay, or is it through the date that you prepared this?
It's through bills paid as of last Thursday, so.
So about half the year, right? About half the year, is that fair?
Correct.
All right, so in the half of the year, is G&A Associates, it's Susan and Associates?
That would be an accurate statement.
Accurate or inaccurate?
Accurate.
So that's correct. So in 6 months, roughly 6 months, Susan Associates have billed and been paid by the township $105,595. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Gasuzian is asking us now to pay him $2,500 for work that was done in his professional capacity for which he has been sued personally. Is that correct? Jay?
That would appear to be correct.
All right. Well, there you have it, folks. There's no final order. Mr. Gasuzian wants $2,500 more than roughly $106,000 that he's received. And he's not agreeing to return that money to the township if and when he is found to be liable for the landfill's damages here. That's all you need to know. There's your tax dollars going out the door. But I do appreciate that Mr. Gasuzian at least put his malpractice carrier on notice like I previously requested. Thank you for doing that, Mr. Gasuzian. I hope that doesn't have to happen again.
Can I ask a question?
No, you can speak.
Yes, me for Jay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so looking at the spreadsheet, the one for, 2023 total, it has conditional use, $15,400. That's what we paid Link to do the conditional use hearing for the landfill, that went nowhere. Did Link reimburse us for that?
Yeah, I'd like to know, we had various lawyers doing conditional use and zoning in 2023 for the zoning ordinance that was thrown out by the court, and that was a final order, never appealed, and it was over $15,000. Did we ever get reimbursed by those attorneys for that?
Did you request it, Priscilla? You were on council at the time.
You should have, you were council president.
No one complained about it.
No, you're complaining about it here, you're complaining about a $2,500 deductible.
I'm bringing that to the township.
You're complaining about a $2,500 deductible when you wasted over $20,000 on a zoning ordinance that was overturned by our prior solicitor. You never asked him for the reimbursement. You complain over and over and over again how we got rid of a solicitor when the solicitor wasted us $20,000, never mind the $250,000 wasted on library litigation. So, I mean, we're talking about, apples and oranges
Somebody
here.
says something you don't like, you say, why are you yelling?
I mean,
He just can't handle the truth.
Stacy, can you turn on the volume on a microphone?
You
It's
don't
really
get to us
offensive.
anymore, Jason. You're just, you don't get to us anymore. You have an issue. You have an issue.
You do. You are the issue.
I'm going with the roll call,
No,
Laura.
I didn't speak yet. I didn't speak yet. All right, so,
Yeah, do you wanna be
yeah,
recognized?
I want to be recognized, yes.
Okay.
All right, so how I look at this is, Treadwell officers were paid a little over $63,000 in 2023, and this is a solicitor with 20 years' experience. Mr. Gasuzian had no experience as a township solicitor, none whatsoever, in 2024, I believe his first year here, and he billed over twice as much, $144,308. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's correct, okay. And then he also had this Curtis and Heath, I think they're the labor attorneys, is that correct?
No, that was the attorney that lasted about a week and a half.
Oh, that's right, I already, that's right, I forgot, the guy 18 days, right?
No, less than that.
Less than that, in one meeting, right, less than one meeting. Priscilla's,
He saw the writing on the wall, he knew.
and Mr. Gasuzian Associates is, I had a schedule for that this year. It probably close to 200,000 or more this year. So much more expensive than Link with not nearly the experience. Like I said, Link was a solicitor for 20 years, and Mr. Gasuzian had no township solicitor experience and all that. And what makes it even worse is like, Mr. Gasuzian is a resident of the township. He's just like taking money from township residents and neighbors. It's unbelievable. Without any guilt whatsoever to ask for $2,500 more that he won't return if he is found liable. What other law firms are you affiliated with, Mr. Gasuzian?
Okay, we're not having Q&A here.
Are there any other law firms that you're affiliated with that are receiving township funds, Mr. Gasuzian? Any other law firms you're affiliated with that are receiving township funds?
From Lower Saucon?
Yes.
They would appear on the list.
Okay. What other law firms? All right, there are other law firms on this list. What other law firms are you
Going
affiliated
through
with?
the list, I'm not affiliated with Eckert Seaman, I'm not affiliated with Clemens Ritter, I'm not affiliated with Treadwell, Griffin with Curtis and Kiefer. I'm not affiliated with Gallagher Bell.
Well, we had a right to know, what was it? We had a right to know that said where you chastise I guess your office manager or Ms. Ackerman about you wanted her to use another firm's email address for you. So you're affiliated with other firms?
Not with anybody that provides services to Hilltop.
Yeah, do they provide services to Hellertown?
I don't provide services.
No, are any of the law firms you're affiliated with provide services to
Point of order,
Hellertown?
we're not discussing this topic.
Ah, there we go. Now the answer. Now the answer. The cover up
I'm
the
tired of wasting
cover up
everybody's time here.
So there's a right to know email, for everybody's not, there's a right to know email,
Cover up is the
where Mr. Gutsuzian chastises his manager,
Mr. Bonomo's
Ms. Ackerman,
friends.
for sending an email,
That's the cover up.
from
And the
that
20
apparently is
grand
his
from
email,
links
from another
failed
law
zoning
firm.
ordinance.
Apparently from another law firm, and I'm just having some questions about that, how he's affiliated with this other law firm, does this other law firm provide services to Hellertown, because there could be possible conflicts of interest. And I would wanna know if the township is being billed.
That's
So,
has nothing
so,
to
you
do
know,
with this
so,
particular case that we're
again,
talking about.
you know, he refuses to answer these questions. He refuses to answer.
He reduced his
It's a
fee.
simple question.
Everybody get their comments
What
in
other law
because
firms
I'm
is
gonna
he
call for a
affiliated?
roll call.
And, again, Mr. Gutsuzian is charging us about twice as much last year, and, it looks like it'll be almost three
I'm
times.
gonna call for a roll call.
I just want to clarify that the motion was Ms. Hopcock and the second was Ms. De Leon.
That's what I heard.
Okay.
It doesn't matter, just pick.
Ms. Wright?
Vote in blocks.
Ms.
Yes,
Wright?
yes.
Mr. Bononis?
No.
Ms. Alpaf Cordero?
Cost of doing business.
Mr. Carochi?
No.
Ms. De Leon?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Can we take a break?
$2,500.
All right.
Oh,
Township taxpayer, his
Priscilla needs a
neighbor's
break.
money.
Priscilla needs a break.
His
Yeah.
neighbor's money.
And I will call for a recess. The time is 9:18. We can do a 10-minute break.
10
Thank
minutes.
you.
Wow, nap time. They complain us the meeting's going. Dave.
No, I gotta go to the bathroom. It's on, but I have the microphones off, so nobody can see us, like, they see our balance, you know. I don't know if you can pause the video. I don't know if you can do that or not.
I don't think you can, you have to like log off and then log back on.
Yeah, so it's.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah, the microphone's just off.
That makes sense.
You know what, I'll probably go.
Yeah, but you're not going back on the sheets.
Victoria, your box was here. I have rifled it yet.
Looking for love in all the wrong places.
set of paperwork or another set of paperwork.
Right.
Plus, you get a better chance of predicting what's gonna happen here. Did he leave? Did this guy leave?
Yeah, he gets food and then he'll come back. So he sets this up.
It's not like we don't.
Yeah.
Good, how are you?
I'm like, I'm shy. Is it, do we have to pay back on this or?
It's so weird, I was like, you know, this person. Oh. I didn't know you guys were related, you know, and this is like, that's the third time I get it. Oh, because it's on the, yeah, it's on the agenda. I said Dave, I was like, she was my gym teacher, and I was at St. Teresa's, I remember. And you were gonna say, I'm just scared of her. That's about it. Yeah, it's just us, yeah, Carol, I used to be the one for, she's the only one that has a dot for whatever reason, I don't know.
I can feel,
Whatever.
honestly,
One day, for the one day, yeah, right now, she's retired, so she helps me a lot. Yeah.
and I don't even think he picked up on that, but I could.
Which is so short staffed, you know, it's just like, I'm gonna switch all our stuff down to John.
Yeah.
I have some at John, and I did a lot of.
Yeah,
He
I
did,
understand.
he was, he did, and actually, they did a lot of stuff that like, if
But-
other farms are out, and they're racing for their limits, so. I don't know, we find that with small farms.
I know.
Well, no, like, we always want to see the other one. She was awesome. Yeah, she worked there, now she helps me. She is like the best friend. Yeah. I mean, I was like, no. And I didn't mean it this way. Yeah, she gave me autograph. And I didn't mean it that way. You know, he was like, but you're a mom, you're in the library. Yeah. That's a great way to do it. Everybody's related, even the people you don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't tell me. He didn't tell me. Told me, you know, and then.
Yeah, I feel like
Then
he
he,
sent it, and I sent you a separate email,
he
that said FYI.
He's a secret.
So I think I don't even hear that before. I remember. We were promised, we're a lot older than that. I know. Here, across the high street. Hey, you're home, let's hang out. Are you coming tomorrow?
Oh, okay, so the interview.
That's where I was sitting. Oh, yeah, so if I show up, yes, if I show up, they're gonna be like, Sarah, they're like, I'm gonna talk like, I can't go find out. Yeah. Like, if I'm not sitting here, I'm gonna sit in my truck and just do some music. I'm just like,
All right, so the time is 9:28. We're going to reconvene our meeting. We are at item 5H. Resolution, we're at 5G. 5G is to accept the resignation of Sean Yonchuk from Lower Saucon Water Authority and the Parks and Recreation Board. So,
Make that motion.
I make a motion to move to accept the resignation
Laura, I want
of
you to have Victoria
Sean
stop putting her feet on me.
and the Lower Saucon Water Authority
Laura, I
Parks
want
and
you to have
Recreation
Victoria
Board.
to stop putting her feet on me. I can't sit here if she's putting her feet on me, she's a freak.
I think for the
Something
record,
is wrong with her.
I think for
Just
the
look at-
record,
Look at, she laughed
I'm
about it,
laughing
it's
because
disgusting.
you said I put my feet on you, I would never
You did
touch
put your
you,
feet
which
on
I
me, you
didn't.
did put your feet on me, you're
So,
disgusting, you
for
did.
the record, you had Mr. Croce and Mr. Bononis commenting on what my feet look like.
I did not.
So I said to Mr. Bononis, Mr. Croce, and I think if you look at the video,
I
you'll
think
see,
we need to
I lifted my
do
foot.
our agenda items.
So, if
Let's
you
do our agenda
comment on my
item.
feet, then you're gonna get to look at them.
I don't want you putting your dirty feet on me or putting your body on me.
I made a motion, can I have a
press charges
second?
against you.
I made a motion, can I have a second, Priscilla? Okay. Can we have a roll call?
Oh, no, I have a comment on this. This Sean Yanchuk, when was he appointed, Jody? To the Lower Saucon Water Authority and Parks and Recreation?
His original appointment on the Lower Saucon Water Authority was 1/1/2024. His appointment to the Parks and Recreation, which I believe this is an annual appointment. The original was 1/1/2024, and the second one would have been at the reorganization meeting for 2025.
So he never attended a water authority meeting, are we correct about that?
No.
Okay, so how many did he attend in 2024?
I don't have that.
Okay, what is the
Okay, so-
point? We're accepting
So
a
not
resignation
only-
from the
so-
board because
so
he is unable to
They
attend.
appointed this guy 3 times, twice to Parks and Rec, the Democrats appointed him 3 times, twice to Parks and Rec, and once to the Water Authority Board. He never attends meetings.
He resigned.
Right, so
Never attended the meetings
he
either.
never attended the meetings,
And he
and,
resigned.
he didn't resign on his own volition.
He did.
He didn't resign on his own volition. This agenda item, when it originally came out, called for us to vote to remove him. That was
Yeah,
the
and then he
original.
sent in a
That was the
resignation.
original.
So I think we
That was
should
the
do a
original one.
resignation.
So the only reason they even have him removed, because they want people to vote the way they want, is because, he didn't show up, but it was Bill Ross that wanted him removed from the water authority for not showing up at the meeting, because he's tough to get a quorum sometimes. So, again, this is another one, like Russ Sutton, this is another one of their buddies. They appointed 3 times and was never attending meetings, or attending very minimal meetings, I guess you should say. And the Parks and Rec, so.
The guy resigned.
Yeah, but after he was
wanted to know-
prodded,
I wanted to
after
know
he was
where you
prodded
were.
by Bill Ross.
Roll call.
After he was
Where were you
prodded by
the
Bill
first
Ross.
time
Have a roll call.
Prodded by Bill Ross.
Mr. Bononis?
To accept his resignation?
Yeah.
He's sure, if he doesn't want to serve, I mean, I wouldn't want to serve either with these freaks.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. De Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And I guess on the side, we need to post for some vacancy on boards, so.
Pick somebody out of half of your buddies. You already picked somebody.
Okay.
We should put Russ Sutton on it, he
Item
follows a lot of rules.
RH.
Russ follows all the rules, he's put Russ
We're
in the water.
discussing resolution
Nominate Russ
55, 2025, that's been prepared to adopt a participant-directed deferred compensation retirement plan for eligible employees. The plan will be administered by Engelbert Financial Advisors, LLC.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Any comment?
I'm ready for roll call.
Yeah, I don't know that we need any comment. This just gives the employees another option, so I think that's good. Yeah. Roll, can we have a roll call?
Ms. Saucon Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. De Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Before I vote, Jay, can you guys answer a question for me? Does Priscilla participate in retirement plan? She's been with the township for over 30 years.
Did I what? I didn't hear what you said.
She doesn't participate in the plan,
It's just
right?
insults, just ignore it.
I would ask Ms. De Leon to,
You don't know.
answer that question.
I didn't hear what
You
you said.
participate in the township retirement plan, you've been with the township for over 30 years.
I participate in what?
In this plan,
Retirement. plan.
retirement.
No.
It's an answer, he knows
I don't know that.
So my,
I don't know
I don't know,
that.
you looked at me like you were confused.
Because you're wasting everybody's time again.
So I will vote yes. I'm just making sure that this is not something that Priscilla's voting in her own favor.
Nobody's spoken more tonight than Victoria, so nobody's wasting time.
Okay, 5I is resolutions.
You're okay with the township?
Resolutions 56, 2025 through 58, 2025 to authorize execution of commercial account agreements by council members. I'll make the motion to approve the resolutions 56, 2025, 57, 2025, 58, 2025 to update the commercial account agreements. The accounts are listed below.
I'll second that.
We have
One signer.
any,
Yeah, I'd put clarification.
Okay, if I could clarify some comments made earlier this evening.
By me.
Okay.
sure.
The township's policy is, which supersedes the resolution, it requires 2 signatures on any check issued. It's also a 3-step process. There is a segmentation of responsibility. The assistant finance director prepares the checks,
Yes.
reviewed by the finance director,
Yes.
and then 2 individuals sign it. The 2 individuals that sign do not have access to checks, hopefully allowing for a system that does not lead to any type of fraud activities.
Here.
It's been like that for years.
It's nothing new.
Nothing new.
Except for fear mongers claiming, oh no, somebody's gonna steal your money. So then you all like just wanna just follow the
Right.
leader.
Because it never happens in Hellertown, you're right, it never happens in Hellertown. Or at fire companies, it never happens, really.
Calling people out that can't answer.
Can we do a roll call?
Mr. Carochi?
Shady.
No.
Ms. De Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
You gotta love these people that ridicule the public for standing up and questioning whether there are checks and balances in place to protect.
You know the checks and balances, you just try to.
I didn't bring it up.
You
I didn't bring
claimed
it up.
that there's
I
only
didn't
one
bring it up.
signer, you
Here
agree
you go.
with them, you
I
laugh.
didn't bring it up. I didn't bring it up, so the public did. I did not bring it up. My answer is yes. My answer is yes, all right? My answer is yes.
Okay.
Ms. Saucon Cordero?
Not that hard.
Motion passes 4-1.
5J is authorization for president to execute the lease agreement between Lower Saucon Township and the Lower Saucon Township Historical Society. I would make a motion to authorize council president to execute the lease agreement between Lower Saucon Township and the Lower Saucon Township Historical Society with an expiration date of 12/31/2045. Second.
2045, it's kind of, long term, isn't it?
I think that's what it was before, probably a 20-year agreement before.
Well, was it or wasn't?
It was.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
It was a 20-year agreement. Terms are all the same.
Price any different because price of everything was up? Was it free? $1?
It's a dollar.
$1.
$1, and council historically has waived
Yep.
utilities on an annual basis.
Right. Any other comment? If not, we'll do a roll call.
Ms. De Leon?
Yes?
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Santa Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
5K is the acceptance of proposal for professional architectural services from Phillips and Donovan Architects LLC. Ryan's not here to talk about these so much. Jay, do you want to talk about this topic? Because you probably helped review these, I believe.
Sure. The township, under Kathy Gorman, sent out a request for proposals for a professional agreement to design the addition to the Public Works garage. I believe I supplied council with 9 or 10 proposals a couple of weeks, last week I believe, which has been reviewed by myself and Ms. Rush, the Public Works Director, and we determined that Phillips and Donovan's proposal was the most cost-effective as well as the one that would service the township the best in this. They have, in the past, performed other services for the township, so we were comfortable with having them continue adding the addition to the Public Works garage.
So I'll make the motion to authorize the acceptance of the proposal for the professional architectural services by Phillips and Donovan Architects LLC to design the Public Works Garage addition for approximately $68,762, as well as estimating services to be performed by Estimated Systems LLC in the amount of $5,865. Additionally, I further move to authorize the acting township manager to execute both agreements associated with this project. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion on this?
Is this gonna have beds for the Public Works employees to take rests?
I can't hear what you said.
Yeah, my question was, well, the design here, is this gonna have a rest area for the Public Works employees? I know they like to take rests. There was a conversation several meetings ago about them having a no firehouse policy. And I'm wondering what sort of accommodations are gonna be designed into this project.
Well, if you look through the agreements, you would see, yes, there is like a break area for them to do lunch and things like that, have their meetings, change.
Well, the overnight beds. I think he was implying that people were gonna take naps. I don't know, the only comment I have is I'm happy to move this forward. I appreciate everything that Public Works does. I'm sorry that this took so long. I feel that this was a project that should have been moved forward years ago, and other projects were prioritized over this one for some reason, I don't know. But, they're one of the most important employees that we have, and take care of the essential services to our residents, and I feel like it should have been dealt with years ago. But I'm happy that we're moving forward with it now.
Okay, anything else?
No, I'm just glad it's moving forward myself too.
All right, can we have a roll call?
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. De Leon?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, 5L is to authorize execution of updated diligent corporation agreement.
I have a question. Why is this happening?
Board docs is no longer gonna be a supported process. They are updating their platform, so for us to continue to do the design of meetings the way we do, Diligent, who is the owner of Board Docs, is setting up a different platform, and we need to update our agreement with them.
Okay, so what's gonna, oh, I'm sorry.
Also, if you notice, there's an asterisk on this, because between when this went initially on the agenda and now before you for approval and execution, their agreement contained a 6% annual escalation charge, and I negotiated that down to 3% between when the documents were published on Board Docs and when it's now here for execution.
Okay, well, if we have to do this, we have to do this, but what's gonna happen to all the documents that are in board docs? Because I like
The PDFs, they won't go away.
I'm sorry?
They're PDFs, they won't go away.
Everything migrates over.
Oh, that, okay, you said it better than I did, because I thought I had to go in and save
That's not
everything,
hard.
but no, okay.
She's confused. She hasn't been in a public work environment, private public work environment in years. She's at her home with her cat.
Can we stop the insults and just ask questions related to the agenda item?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question? I recognize this vendor is affiliated with Board Docs. Have we looked at other options besides continuing the relationship with this parent company?
There is other options, but they are, based on my experience, more expensive and not as user-friendly.
So they're more expensive and less user-friendly, correct? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good job negotiating that down from 6% to 3%.
I joked with them, I should have asked for 2.
Yeah.
Next year.
Now we can base Steve, now we can base Steve's 25
Laura, can I
on
ask Jay a question?
the fees.
Jay, is there a way, like, moving forward, because you said, you know, this is an annual agreement, so, can we just, for the future, kind of plan and perhaps negotiate, so that we don't run into like a, you know, automatic renewal with automatic jumps in costs next year? Is there a way for us to?
Well, the agreement includes the annual escalation.
Right, so can we renegotiate that, but next
She's an
year
attorney.
it's gonna be
She's an
up,
attorney, she doesn't
right?
understand.
So, no, next year it's gonna be up for renewal again, is it not?
Would be with the 3% increase.
With the 3% increase, so I'm saying, when the time comes, and we negotiate that, because there's also the
Sure.
30-day notice of cancellation, and we can use that opportunity to try and negotiate the terms, that's what I'm saying.
Then if everything in life is negotiable.
Thank you. God forbid I try to save us money, some of you don't.
God forbid you don't have contracts.
All right, we have a second on that, correct?
God forbid you don't have contracts.
We had a second on the motion, correct?
I didn't hear the first or the second.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Good job.
All right, can we have a roll call?
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. De Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Yeah, just for the record, Mr. Benoit has left, it's now 9:46 PM.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow.
Okay.
Got a record. Didn't do that before.
5M is authorization to advertise 2025-2026 Fire Services Executive Committee meeting dates. Dates were published to be August 7th, September 4th, October 2nd, November 6th, December 4th, and then January 8th into 2026. So I move that we authorize to advertise our fire services executive committee dates.
A second.
We have a roll call.
Ms. Saucon Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. De Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Mr. Benonis absent.
With Jason absent.
Mr. Benonis absent.
She said it.
Okay, 5N is to award the bid for equipment and labor to provide tree cutting services. I'll make a motion to accept the bid in the amount of $7,065 from Snowscapes for tree cutting services through December 31st, 2026, until the funds are depleted.
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Discussion from me.
No, I'm just looking at different photos and text messages Mr. Carochi has done with different members of the audience or people watching on YouTube, because it's so important to be a YouTube, celebrity. That's what's going on over here.
Priscilla did a second.
Did.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. De Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Saucon Cordero?
Whoever's texting Mr. Carochi and Mr. Benonis on YouTube, it's disruptive. I vote yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Mr. Benonis absent.
All right.
I'm so distracted by the text messages, I wouldn't know.
6A is approval of council meeting minutes from November 20th, 2024 through June 3rd, 2025. I would suggest we just do it as one big bundle, unless somebody has something specific about any specific one of these.
I just have one suggestion, and to continue putting the agenda in front of the minutes like we've done forever. So they have to be added to each one, so it's easier to look stuff up.
Yeah, when I post to the website.
Okay, thank you.
We'll make sure.
I appreciate that.
Well, I mean, I think we should table this to let the public have more chance to read them. I think they're inaccurate in a lot of ways. And the public, when you only provide it, when do they provide it to them? On Monday or Friday? You have time for, how many months is this? 7, 8 months, 6 months?
Motion to approve
So,
all these,
they're inaccurate, and
20th,
you're not giving the public enough time to read them and
2025.
comment on them. That's disgraceful. But it's part of the course for this Democrat majority in city election.
And it never was stand. I heard a motion by Priscilla, second by Victoria. Looks like Stacy got that. Can we have a roll call?
Ms. De Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Saucon Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
No, they're completely inaccurate.
Motion passes 3-1. Mr. Benonis absent.
Please pass on to the staff, thank you for doing all this, because I know this was very time consuming, and I appreciate it, so thank you.
And I will say, in the future, if you're saying that they're completely inaccurate, you need to be specific about what's wrong with them specifically, so they could be corrected.
And we lumped in the financial report, so I'd like to know what exactly he has a problem with.
No, we had just did minutes.
That was the minutes.
I think you lumped in all three, A, B, and C.
No, you lumped in all the minutes, the 6 months of minutes. Pay attention. You're as lost as she is. She did all 6 meetings minutes, right? You didn't lump in the financial reports, correct? Can you explain to her?
No, we're not gonna go argue about this.
She's not arguing about it, she doesn't know what she voted on. She just voted, she has no idea what she voted on. She just voted yes. She thought she was voting for the financial report, she has no idea what she voted on. She has no idea what she
She's gonna
voted
vote
on.
yes for the financial report.
How do you know? She doesn't even know what she's voting for.
Okay, can you stop talking back? This is enough of your rude behavior. 6B is approval of April 2025 financial reports. I make the motion to accept the April 2025 financial reports.
I'll
I have
second.
a second.
I'll second those.
Okay, can we have a roll call?
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Alfab Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
No.
Ms. De Leon?
Yes. And I'd like the record to reflect that Mr. Carochi looks like he's leaving the meeting at 9:52.
All right.
He wants to socialize with members of the public.
We're gonna
So
get
passes
this,
3 to
we'll
1.
start with
You
issues
too.
and
Thank
then
you.
contracts.
All right, so 6C is approval of the May 2025 financial reports. I'll make the motion that we approve these reports.
Second.
All right.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Alfab Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi is absent. Ms. De Leon?
Yes.
Motion passes 3 to 0. Mr. Carochi and Mr. Benoit is absent.
Okay, so now we're into council and staff reports. Jay, do you
Thank you.
have something?
I think this might be a repeat from the last meeting, but the pickleball courts are open. They are being extensively used, and again, it was the idea of two former council people, Jen Zawacki and Mark Ingalls. The new website is up and operational. We're gonna make a public announcement on August 4th that it's up and running, but we wanted to work through some issues. And considering its extensive redesign and additional information and stuff, we've only received 2 calls and 2 or 3 emails about content or missing information, so I think the transition has actually been very successful. And I want to acknowledge Stacy and Carol, who did a phenomenal job in getting this to the finish line in the last couple of months. And relative to the website, I just want to clarify one thing. The lack of individuals' email addresses on the website is actually now a new standard recommended by IT companies to reduce phishing. If you don't publicize it, someone can't mirror the email address. What it does, this website, it would directs an email on a comment page for each members of the council and staff, so that email is directed, that information is directed to the individual who is highlighted on the new website.
Thank you for that information. Too bad Jason and Tom aren't here to hear that, so they were mocking us before.
Jay, just so I'm, like, did any member of council ask you to remove our email addresses from the public's, the public website?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and I think I in fact noticed it and emailed you and asked you why my email address wasn't there anymore, or that other email addresses for other staff members weren't visible. And so I think that it's important for the public to understand that this was something that was recommended to us by the professionals, and, it would not be in the best interest of the township for me to go against that. But I will say, like, certain places where you have just the phone number listed, like the homepage, you could put in like that contact, like, portal for them to, like, submit a question there, and it would give them two ways maybe to submit a question without just calling. Like, on some pages, you just have the phone number without a way to email.
A general email maybe?
Yeah,
General email,
yeah.
to a couple other pages?
Yeah, and then like with the zoning, page, I think we list Molly's name, but not Mitch's. But then later in a different page, there's Molly and Mitch, so maybe we could just double check the consistency, but I think you guys did a great job, and thank you so much.
That's a good idea, because I thought that too, but I never sent the email to.
I participated in the scoping meeting with the developer's traffic engineer, township engineer, traffic engineer, and PennDOT, relative to the St. Luke's project on Lightsville Road. Again, by the time they get through all their permitting and their highway occupancy stuff, they still are targeting the spring of 2027 to open. In conjunction with the township engineer and solicitor, we're working on a data center ordinance. That seems to be a very hot button in a lot of communities, one that needs attention, and is right now in the drafting stage. National Night
What do you
Out.
mean, I'm sorry, Jay, what do you mean by like a data center?
What the requirements would be for a organization to develop and build a data center within the township.
Okay, so
I know
we're
my-
looking into what that
I
would
know
mean for
my
us,
accent.
or?
Well, right now, it would kind of be a free-for-all because we don't regulate it in any form, shape, or manner. So to get the requirements on setbacks, dimensional standards, height, all that stuff into our ordinance, we need to develop an ordinance. It's not currently in the ordinance.
Plus
So
determine where we would place them.
we would place it, what zoning district and stuff.
Oh, you're talking about adding data center to one of our zoning districts. Okay, now I thought you were talking about like something. For us.
It's a new incoming thing, and PSATS has been pushing a lot on that topic.
National Night Out, I don't know if I said this, National Night Out is Tuesday, August 5th, 5 to 8 here at Town Hall Park. Movies in the Park, the first event was successful. We have two upcoming ones on this Friday night at Steel City Park, which is Disney Monsters, and August 15th at Town Hall Park, which is Disney Mufasa. And they both start at 7:30 p.m. As mentioned earlier, now we have two openings on the authority and one on Parks and Recreation. That has been, will be in the process of being advertised. The landfill committee meetings tomorrow at 2 p.m. in this room. As mentioned earlier on the, when Attorney Durso was here, they have withdrawn from the July zoning hearing board with no other applicants. We will not have a meeting because there are no other applicants submitted. And I want to take responsibility. When we did the draft of the agenda, the drafts all had the approval of the April 2025 financial reports in it, and when I edited the final version, they were inadvertently deleted, and seeing that one was from April and one from May, I thought it was appropriate to get the financial reports of the township out as we transition from one finance director to the through to the next. I believe that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Priscilla, we'll start down
Yes,
again.
I have a couple things. Well, first of all, I like to just always say that don't believe everything you hear at these meetings because they're not necessarily all true. So take that with a grain of salt. Flooding, yes, reserve terrible flooding like on Monday night. I know one road, Freedensville Road, was impassable at some point. I didn't know if any other roads were. But
There were a couple of others, but it quickly receded.
Okay, and I'm gonna read a pension report. Too bad Jason's not here. Lower Saucon Township 2025 pension plans, updated actuarial valuation summary as of January 1st, 2025. And this report was prepared by Municipal Finance Partners, Inc., presented at the July 15th meeting on Tuesday? Was our pension meeting? Tuesday. Lower Saucon Township continues to manage its pension responsibilities with diligence and transparency. The police pension plan remains in strong financial health with $11.48 million in actuarial assets and $10.75 million in liabilities, indicating a surplus. The non-uniform plan is stable as well, with $3.6 million in assets and $3.84 million in liabilities, reflecting a modest shortfall. Revised actuarial assumptions such as lower than expected salary increases and postponed retirements led to an updated 2025 minimum municipal obligations, or MMO, for the, period. For the police plan, the MMO rose from $360,304 to $405,409, an increase of roughly $45,000. The non-uniform plans MMO increased from $130,461 to $172,720, up by over $42,000. These contributions are covered through a combination of municipal funding, employee payments, and anticipated state aid, estimated at approximately $358,618 township-wide. Investment returns ranging from over plus 13% to nearly minus 13% in recent years continue to impact pension stability. These fluctuations are moderate through actuarial smoothing and amortization techniques, helping to ensure consistency in future finance planning. Consultant actuary Charles Friedlander emphasized the principle of intergenerational equity, ensuring today's taxpayers fund today's services, including pensions. His report affirms that the township is meeting its pension obligations prudently and transparently, preserving both fiscal integrity and public trust. I think it's important to state that. The summary is both pension plans are responsibly managed with forward-looking funding strategies that safeguard taxpayers' interests while honoring commitments to township employees. And then we'll comment on the Lower Saucon Township Retirement Fund update. I would like to share some positive news about the Township's Retirement Fund, which is part of the Pennsylvania State Association of Boroughs Municipal Retirement Trust. This fund supports the long-term financial health of retirement benefits for our dedicated township employees. As of June 30th, 2025, Lower Saucon Township's pension investments managed through PSAB Trust Joe Scott and advised by John Joles, Morgan Stanley Greystone Consulting, stood at approximately $47 million, a reflection of steady growth and fiscal discipline. Over the past 12 months, the balanced managed account yielded an 11.3% return, outperforming the median for similar Pennsylvania municipalities, which came in at 11.10%. Mid-year performance year-to-date through second quarter was also robust at 6.57%. The township's investment strategy remains diversified and risk-conscious, with allocations spanning domestic equities 45.1%, international equities 16.0%, fixed income 30.5%, alternative investments 6.8%, such as real estate and infrastructure, and cash holdings 1.6%. Notable gains were observed in technology plus 23.7%, industrials plus 12.9%, and consumer discretionary plus 11.5 sectors. These areas were further bolstered by the performance of the so-called Magnificent Seven stock, including Apple, Amazon, Meta, and Tesla, which together contributed 21% of the S&P 500's total returns year-to-date. On the fixed income side, portfolios maintained positive returns despite an elevated treasury yield curve and a high interest rate environment. The Bloomberg aggregate bond index posted a year-to-date return of plus 4.10%, showing resilience and stability. From an economic perspective, U.S. GDP growth moderated slightly in the first quarter of 2025, reflecting a minus 0.5% quarter-over-quarter change, while year-over-year growth held steady at 2%. These are these experts talking. Inflation continued to ease. Headline CPI measured at 2.4%, driven primarily by shelter and food costs. Unemployment remained low at 4.2%, with wage growth holding firm at 4.0%, contributing to sustained consumer strength. These financial and economic indicators affirm Lower Saucon's commitment to responsible fiscal management
and integrity in stewarding public resources. They underscore the benefits of a well-balanced and co-investment portfolio and proactive oversight aligned with long-term stability, prudent decision-making, and continued transparency, ensuring a secure future for our employees, which I think is very important. We'll continue to monitor and report on the fund progress to keep the community informed. And that's my report from the pension committee. And that's all I have, thank you.
Okay, Victoria?
Thank you. Since our last meeting, we did have another rail trail meeting. Everybody should come out and take a look at our native plant garden that's on the rail trail in Lower Saucon. There's lots of great things happening with that, and stay tuned because we're hopeful to have a butterfly event, a butterfly release event there. There's lots of usage on the rail trail, and there's also been a renewed informational diagram, I guess I would say, about proper usage of different motorized vehicles. If you are riding like a moped or a motorbike, those aren't allowed on the rail trail. If you're if you're operating a bicycle or an e-bike, there are certain limits to how fast the e-bike can go on a rail trail. So just be careful about that, because a lot of times it's disruptive to people walking their dogs or people that aren't moving at the same rate of speed as those with e-bikes or any other motorized vehicle. There's also, I know people are concerned about things falling from the trees or issues like that, since we have a lot of dead ash tree. The rail trail has been on top of that and been working with the different municipalities if it is a municipal property to try and resolve the issue. We also did identify, and thank you, Jay, and the Public Works Department for identifying some old utility poles that needed to be taken care of on the rail trail. So that's the other thing that happened. There is no July rail trail meeting. I did briefly discuss during the meeting what we talked about at the Water Authority. They are in the middle of their pumping station construction project. It is moving forward as planned, and we are hopeful to have that 537 plan finished in time, because we know there are a number of residents that live over near the Giant that would benefit from hooking up to that pumping station once it becomes online. That would be in conjunction with our 537 plan. There is a landfill meeting tomorrow, so I encourage everybody to come out and share concerns or other issues that they may have, or if they want to promote something, they're also welcome to do that. I think that's pretty much it. I do want to say, or the last thing I want to say is to thank our fire, public works, and police for all of the work they've been doing in the hot summer, especially with now the weather events being like flash flood events, and what we've seen in Texas. I know it's like making everybody scared here too, and I just want to thank them for putting themselves out there and protecting our residents and keeping our roads safe, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Victoria. I have a question for Jay too, if you can hear me. She mentioned about the poles on the rail trail that need to be removed, the old poles.
Correct.
Okay, if there's any artifacts, like different, I don't know, things embedded in the poles, like from the railroad, you know, when the rail trail first started, we were trying to save like the old railroad bed, you know, and you know, save different, I don't know what to call them, different like objects along the rail trail that operated the trains, you know, back then, or something. So if there's any like little letters or, you know what I'm saying, like different things, if they can save them before they dispose of the poles, and maybe they can donate them to the Lower Saucon Historical Society for.
Sure, I'll have it.
And they may not be anything on them, I don't know, I'm just thinking. Thank you.
All right. I will give my report. So just so everybody knows, even though you didn't see us here at council, doesn't mean that we're doing nothing in between, because we are plenty busy. So after our last council meeting, we had our regular Lower Saucon Fire Rescue Fire Services Group meeting. That was on June 5th. We were getting ready and trying to organize for starting up our official executive committee. So the first meeting of that, as we went through tonight, is going to be on August 7th, so that is going to be here at Town Hall. We met with Lori Ahmet and Associates regarding the Heller Homestead Park plans on June the 16th. They took feedback from us, and we'll be meeting with them again. I don't remember the exact date.
July 31st, thank you, I forgot about that.
Okay. We also met with the Historic Committee on June the 16th. We're working on different ideas to make more information about different historic areas in our township. Our next meeting for that will be July 21st. We meet via Zoom. It's a small group. The EAC has a small little subcommittee, so we met to discuss our bylaws on June the 19th. We're working on trying to rewrite them to make them a little easier to understand. So hopefully we can get them over to Steve soon for him to have a look and see how we want to update them. On July the 2nd, I did a PSATS webinar on fire services, ISO, public protection classification, and BSEGS, which is building code effectiveness and grading schedule. So that are all things that affect how your fire companies get rated, which affect how your insurance, how they determine rates for different areas. So it's good information. I also, let's see, on July 8th, the EAC had their regular meeting. We are looking to put together a survey for residents to take regarding opinions on doing a plastic bag ban in the township. Many of the neighboring states have the bans for the whole state. So New Jersey, Delaware, New York, they have it for the whole state. And there's about 40 different municipalities within Pennsylvania that have it. So we want to get some feedback. July 9th, I did a different PSATS webinar on tiny homes and doing regulations for them, since I don't think we have that addressed at all in our ordinances either, so I would like to take a look at that. And that is all I have. And let's see, Steve, do you have a report?
I do not.
Brian left. And
We do have a planning commission meeting. Sometimes they've been canceled for a lack of business. But we do have one coming up this month, and I believe it is moving forward. So if you're interested in planning, that's next Thursday.
All right, so now we're up to public comment on either agenda or non-agenda, whichever. Do we have anybody for public comment?
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. Black River flooded this week, so all along Black River Road was flooded, and people's properties got flooded all the way down to Bingen, and then down Bingen to Hellertown. So if I were you, I mean, maybe I can join the EAC. I think that the EAC needs to focus on real problems, like real problems. There are real environmental issues here. And the question is, I think someone was talking about a group coming in and doing some health of the streams here. But eventually, if we have too much flooding, we're gonna erode the stream beds and the roads that are there. So I think that maybe real environmental problems that are going to come up with all this flooding, maybe should be addressed. I'm completely against plastic bag bans. For the township to tell a company that does business here what they can and can't give out as far as bags is ridiculous. It's absurd. As far as I can tell, just, just listening to some of the EAC meetings and agenda items, it's just, you guys are on a national level of like, trying to emulate the national environmentalist movement, which is partly fear-mongering and nonsense. Do something real for the area. If they put that apartment building there, it's gonna just be the runoff that came down 378 the day of that storm was crazy, off the mountain. It's coming off the mountain, it's coming down Ellis Drive, it was coming like a river. So there are things that we could discuss that maybe, putting solar panels up, 0.0005% of the electricity it's gonna generate, allowing people to cut trees down and you guys ignore it, blatantly ignore it, and then act like, there's no problem here, we don't understand what the problem, why we have a problem with this, why is everybody upset about this? And then there are people along Black River Road and Bingen that had their properties damaged from this flood. So really, let's concentrate on things that we can maybe really fix or something that we can do here instead of nonsense.
Okay, anybody else?
Can you speak? No? Dave Goulan. Let's see here, a couple of things. I wanted to do a rating on what I saw tonight, which wasn't always pretty, but there were some really standout things. And one of the standouts is at the end of this dais here. His name is Jay Finnegan. And all I can say is kudos to you for not only getting the rate down to 3%, but getting the web pages up and running and doing it sharply. And yes, I was one that called in with a question. Immediate response from this man, knew exactly what he was talking about, got it right away. So, what else did he do? Just so many things. The pickleball court, giving credit to other people. He was there, he paid attention to it, he does all the right things. Got the minutes out. 6 council meetings worth of minutes. Didn't talk about it, didn't ballyhoo, didn't go like some of the council members, gee, can you write some minutes up for me if I ask you? All right, you just got it done for the public. The Fulton Bank clarity, wonderful. Unfortunately, it'd be really nice if we could have those kinds of things included in the, maybe an additional comment, because to me, when I read the Fulton Bank, it said, any one of the following can sign. Well, did it say others need to sign on the Fulton Bank agreement? And by the way, there were 2 Fulton, I think 2 of them. And that gets a little goofy too. One of the things I do ask is if you change the agenda, please highlight what is changing, what you're picking up or dropping, okay? That's really helpful. I'm really shocked that we didn't go over the financial stuff. That's important, at least it is to me. It keeps people honest, and so far Lower Saucon has been a very honest township. What I find disturbing is the Russ Sutton issue and the way it's bad, and you need to clean it up. I'm talking to the council, not Jay, or the attorney. He does other good things. So that's the top of the heap, that's the A+. The bottom of the heap is an F- for Laura Ray running the meeting like it's just not even existent. She could be somewhere else. We have people, especially one council member, who just pops off whenever she wants and just keeps on going and makes the meeting, then turns it into a diatribe against everybody. Not a good thing, okay? Especially when that same person offered some special agreements for people to sign about integrity, honesty, and the like. That's my comment. And I'm going home. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, you are. I knew it. Another lie.
Diane Hollowell. I wasn't gonna speak, but it's been a while, I'm sorry, but when I'm down at Giant, people come up to me and tell me, why are you speaking, at those clown shows anymore? And I retired now, so I can stay here late. And I'm thinking about what these policemen here, in a store when someone has to stand long, maybe you can get them mats that they can stand on. Hey, okay, so I was at home watching this meeting, and they kept bringing up Mr. Gazouzian's fee of $220. How much were we paying Treadwell? Am I allowed to ask that? Like, I'm sure it was more than that.
Can you answer? I think it's the same rate.
Same rate.
It's the same rate.
And I heard that it's a shame what happened down in Philly with all that trash. Does anyone know if any of that trash is going to be coming up to our landfill? Is that a question too? And let me say, I have a whole bunch here. Victoria, if you do feel that you are threatened by Mr. Carochi, please do what I did. I had to fill a police report out in Lower Saucon here against Mr. Bananas for things like, you will never know what hit you, heed my warning, I will roll over you like you've never seen before, trust me, I'm warning you now, that's my last warning. So please, make sure it's documented. And I have people tell me that, I'm scared to go to these meetings because he always wants to sue everyone. Just document everything. I have it all there, the times in the minutes. And I do have to say, I did make them famous in California. I have a friend who works at the state Supreme Court in San Francisco and showed him videos of these meetings. And they are in shock that these men are actually lawyers, and they could not believe that they would not be barred after saying things like to fellow council members like, shut your ignorant mouth, you freak, you rude person, you're disgusting pig. Like, he's upset. Like, did he hear what Jason said? So thank you, ladies, for putting up with all that crap. It's very obvious to the taxpayers out there that they make this into a clown show and they love disruption. And thank you for the pickleball courts. That's awesome. All ages and all sexes of taxpayers can play there. Not like our, $3+ million ball field that's only boys and of a certain age. So thank you very much for that. And the new website, I was on that today. Thank you for working on that. It's awesome. And you're doing an awesome job. And I don't understand why these guys are leaving the meetings. Like, all right, thank you.
Because they have jobs. Imagine that.
What?
They have jobs.
Yeah, I have a job too, but yeah, jobs are good.
Okay.
I just wanna, just because I know I did say on the record for the police to note the aggressive pushing of the chair. I do wanna note, in addition, because it has to be a report now, that I was given the middle finger twice by Mr. Bononis in an aggressive manner, and I find that to be extremely harassing. And I don't think that a middle finger belongs anywhere on the dais,
But certainly not between council people.
You coming up for the last word? Yes.
The only one that put my name in the paper, now you'll know who I am.
It's just for spelling purposes, but thank you.
Go ahead.
So, reflection to Anne Marie Slovak, who wanted to complain about the flooding in the EAC, and that the EAC should review stuff and actually maybe try and do something about it. Maybe she should have been here 20 years ago when the Planning Commission and the Zoning Board and the other people, and Bononis for one of them, approved buildings, streets, whatever else went on in this township before I came to meetings. I don't see what the EAC is going to do about fixing flooding. And as far as Bononis goes, I guess I was told don't take the bait. Just leave him alone. He was a piece of crap when he came in, he'll be a piece of crap when he leaves. And he won't change. And as far as the current council, don't become Hitler. It's really up to the people in the stores whether they wanna use plastic bags or not. To start banning people to things is just wrong. I live in America, I'm an American. If I wanna use a plastic bag, I'll use a plastic bag. You know what I mean? If you ban plastic bags, what are you gonna do? Then have Mr. Officer come arrest me because I took a plastic bag to a store? Or the store gave me a plastic bag so I can leave with my groceries? There's other things to worry about in this township. All I was gonna do is sit through one of these meetings. As far as the website, I don't remember being briefed on it, but I guess you did a pretty good job. My wife worked out some bugs, cause I couldn't get in board docs. Our program blocked me. And I showed you the picture last week, or a month and a half ago at the last meeting, when, on my thing, when it tried the thing.
Yes,
I was gonna send it to these two.
there was a reason for that, I looked into that.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, it has to be after the meeting.
Okay. Yeah, I was curious. But I didn't try it at home. You know, I got a life at home and things to do. So, was I happy with Russell's actions and what he did with the trees? Absolutely not. It's one thing to be honest, it's another thing to be two-faced. Don't be a hypocrite in life. If you wanna curse, curse. If you wanna go to church, go to church. And don't be a liar. And don't commit perjury in front of a judge and corrupt the district attorney in the Northampton County Courthouse. And let again try and put me in jail again. Y'all have a nice night.
All right, thank everybody that was here spoke. So the time is 10:29. I'm going to move to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Just adjourn. Period.
Freezer bags.
Need a vote.
I think my first freezer bag came from Welding when they came out years ago. That's really neat one too.
Have a good night.
Don't worry about
Mark, that was, I have to know that message was because you were on our guest Wi-Fi and you get a message.